You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We could take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mine on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that no-no? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time.
be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is. Find the speed house.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
Find the speed house.
Got a monster inside of me, you better watch out. If your enemy's a road ahead, a full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me. And he gets caught real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score. Never getting bored, loves the blood and gold. Always wanting more, freedom from the source. They don't release this until they feel the force of blood in. If you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped. You be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the red is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how will you know? You better watch out, my
When I'm falling from good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. I've been choking on emotions. I've been tangled by my thoughts.
Welcome everybody to the ultimate game. The last slot for Master Santiago is happening today. 16 days of hard-fought Valorant in the CN region comes to an apotheosis, a climax as it were today. I'm Wriggle, joined today by Veggie as we cast the lower finals, the last slot for Master Santiago, BLG versus Edward Gaming.
Yeah, Edward has to be gaming today, Rigger, if they want to try and take down Billy. It's going to be a tough one for them. I think looking at what we've kind of seen from them, for me, it's kind of almost been a lackluster performance. We expected this squad to kind of come back and show what they were, why they were the #1 seed in the region for so long. Obviously, teams like Billy, Sheila Gaming, who we'll get on to, who have already qualified, have kind of took that mantelpiece and reset it for 2025 last year. This year, we have all gamers making that push to be here, but EDG do not want to miss out on another international. They'd never done it before until the last most recent one. So this is one that they want to try and get themselves back into that spark, back into the groove, and get themselves fighting. And it really is like a do or die attitude today for them.
Yeah, and I think the do or die is only really predicated by a sense of looming danger, and Billy is that looming danger for Edward Gaming, right? Out of I think this is the 16th time these teams have played each other, and of that, Billy has won every single one since the beginning, since kickoff last year. So Edward Gaming is quite literally up against their wall, up against their kryptonite. So like you mentioned, Edward has to be gaming. They have to put something here. They have to put it all on the map, put it all on the table here if they want to actually like battle against this Billy side that's looking incredibly strong. As we can, I think we're ready for lineup. I think we're ready to look at the lineups, and a couple of small changes for the side of Billy and Edward Gaming. I alluded to earlier that coaching staff was a big differentiating factor. I think Autumn's coming in to Edward Gaming from previously T1, if I'm correct, and then Muggle is going to Billy from Edward Gaming. So definitely a change in coaching staff. Some might say that that shift to Muggle being the head coach of Billy is actually giving them a bit more of an edge going into this game.
Absolutely, I think it'd be hard to argue otherwise, to be fair. I mean, Billy were one that we were coming into this kickoff having a look at how they were performing in the off season. There was so many questions about how kind of poor they were looking, and then obviously starting off kickoff themselves and that loss to All Gamers that sent them into the middle bracket, which took them all the way to the final yesterday. That, I mean, pushing Sheila all the way to 5 maps as well. It kind of just shows the resilience that squad had, and you have to kind of put a lot of emphasis on the coaching staff as well as the IGL Nef that we'll come on to talk to. And as we kind of look at the lineup that's coming up for them just now, you have to put a lot of respect on the names of these players, because having a really bad start to the season can often be detrimental for teams. But these are players and the coaching staff, like you said, that have managed to pick it up and almost rescue the start of this season already.
Yeah, I think that's the firepower, especially on BLG, I think has been rivaling EDG in a lot of different ways. I think just for gun, the IGL's Nef has just been up in a head and shoulders above EDG's IGL. So there's going to be some stuff that we're going to be looking at. I mentioned in a previous cast that the things we're looking for before used to be in terms of 2025, the whole goal was how can your new talent like bring through that change that your team needs. And also going into 2026, I think the importance of coaching staff, we're seeing it a lot in different regions across the world. How much just having that shift in coach, having a different coach, having a new coach, having an old coach move out has made a big difference. But as we go into bans, this is pretty novel actually. Having the bans in front of all the fans is a really, really cool aspect here.
Yeah, I quite like it. I wonder if they could get pressured into choosing something if we all rallied behind them and started trying to chant for a certain map to be picked to be banned out. Yeah, exactly. Boo, Corrode, boo. But I mean, no surprises. Yeah, no surprises just about yet. Kicking ourselves off on Peril. Haven, I mean, ADG's kind of made a name for themselves across the years on Haven, so the fact that that's come up really isn't too much a surprise for me. Breeze, a lot of teams this kickoff have been kind of very wary of leaning into it. For me, that's one that I would like to see teams lean into more, given the aspect of surprise that you can bring into it. And then Corrode being banned by BLG right at the very start, it's been their insta-ban pretty much all season. The only time they didn't insta-ban it was because Gilai insta-banned it for them, so they didn't have to. And also it's EDG's second best map, so why would you kind of want to play into the hands of your opponents in this situation? I think this is probably the best map pool that BLG could be asking for, but on the side of EDG, it had to be what they were expecting. There's no other way around it.
Yeah, I think in regards to previous bans, I think the only map that EDG is playing that's a bit awry is Pearl. Because the last time they played this, so the last series, the most recent one, in this kickoff, EDG banned Pearl as their first ban. So a bit of a shift there. I think they're banning Breeze now because they realize that BLG's Breeze is just that much stronger than EDG's at the moment. So it's a bit like a bit more just preparing yourself, knowing that you're not really ready to go into it. But I fully agree with you. I think teams should be picking Breeze more because it opens up. If you have Breeze as a potential map pick, the entire map pool opens up significantly more, right? Like maps like Pearl become more viable, and you don't necessarily have to contend with it if you don't want to, but at least you have the choice, right? If you have a decent Breeze, you have the choice of what is more familiar map pool. But team stats coming into the pistol rounds is going to be a big one. Previous series, the major problem was actually those conversions of the second rounds after pistols. The team that won the pistol, that converted the second, got not 2, not 3, but about 5 or 6 rounds on the trot before they got shut down. So definitely looking for those pistols. It is interesting to see that in the lower grand final, the team that is arguably the favorite, Billy, based off of just history, is ranked 5th in a lot of these stats actually. So they're not the best in most of them, but they're good enough to like stay on the bubble to go into a Masters. Yeah,
I think for me what was most interesting to pick up there was how little separated both of them in terms of all the stats. I mean, mere percentages away from it, and then right at the very bottom, times thrifted. BLG, I mean, for me, being thrifted is one of those things that you need to avoid as a basic fundamental as a team to make sure that you're able to convert not only just rounds but obviously wins and series as a whole. So to see that BLG have been thrifted 9 times in the first most in the region, ADG 7, it kind of surprises me ever so slightly that they've made it here. But then I guess the pinch of salt that adds on to that is the fact that they've played a lot more games, right? There's they're in the lower finals, they've had to play like twice as many games as everyone else, so maybe the data is a little bit skewed on that aspect. But it's something that they'll both need to be looking to course correct as they go into this matchup, because listen, in a world where we've just watched the Super Bowl unfold last night, turnovers is what determines games. And if you're giving turnover of any momentum back to a team by allowing them a thrifty and a chance of kind of getting a peek through the gap into where they need to be, then that could be the game over. One simple mistake, one simple error is certainly where it's going to be. And I think for EDG, just to carry on the thrifty talk, when you have someone like Kang that can play so heavy into the outlaw, that is going to be something that's going to help kind of push even further BLG's thrifty problem to be a little bit of a Macklemore.
Okay, so then on the topic of thrifties and how do you manage that, what do you think is like the key point to manage this game? Do you think that thrifties are going to be the big like overarching theme that's going to dictate how these teams are going to be playing, or is it going to be those unforced errors like making those small mistakes that get you thrifty that's going to make the defining factor that sends you to Santiago?
I think to be slightly awkward, I think both play the same part and go kind of hand in hand. I think to be thrifted, you kind of almost need to make a mistake to allow your opposition the opportunity, right? Unless you're looking at someone like Kankan, like I said, bringing in the Outlaw. But I also would like to see that on the other side. I think a lot of teams that are having the most success throughout the whole of Masters, or the whole of Kickoff and the whole of Champions Tour so far, are using the Outlaw in eco situations where you know your opposition can't afford to buy full armor. Why not give yourself a gun that can just one bang everyone regardless of kind of where you shoot them, and save your own eco at the same time? So that to me is going to be the one thing that I'm really looking out forward to seeing, is who's buying that Outlaw, and in what opportunities and what situations is it going to be utilised.
Yeah, I think a battle of the snipers for sure. I think it's interesting because we have two. I'm going to go back to the whole Kankang YZ conversation that a lot of people tend to have. We have YZ on the one hand, who's popularized and most likely has some amount of the reason why the judge got nerfed and adjusted. And you have Kankang, who's one of the most eponymous snipers in Valorant. He's someone who, in a recent interview, regarded that he is a sniper player. He is really good at a sniper. If he was in a different game, such as like other tactical shooters, his role would be predominantly that sniper rifle. So you have these two titans that excel at vastly like inverse ranges. And like you mentioned, now we have the Outlaw, which I think is like a weird bridging gap between the two. It's something that's very lethal at very close range because of the hip fire accuracy. But then also on an eco round, it is like, it's basically an operator, right? It's a guaranteed kill for about like I would argue maybe 70 to 80% of the time, right? When you don't buy those full shields. So it's going to be interesting. I think the EDG guys are coming into this a bit confidence shaken. That's what I was ascertaining from the interview. Trying to figure out who are they as players. Firstly, what can they contribute to the service? Secondly, and thirdly, how do those interactions between your contribution and everyone else's interactions actually coalesce in like a bigger win? So definitely Thrifties and Outlaws is something that I'm looking forward to. But unforced errors, I think, is going to be a big thing. That was the last series, like Death Knell. You get 2 kills up, it's a 5v3, you instantly trade those 2 kills back. So definitely a lot of stuff to look for. And I wonder, is stuff like the thrifty mentality and those unforced errors, are those more cerebral as players, or is that just something that you can work on, drill as a coach?
I think it's the prime example that you want to look at, maybe not related fully to CN, is your PRX, right? You look at kind of how they have been traditionally as the W gaming movement, and typically, like, I mean, how many desks has Alex gone through watching that team play and make those unforced errors, right? And then you slot in someone like Mini last year that kind of goes in, and I mean, you probably assert this down to Mini as well as the mental coach that they've applied into it as well, of knowing when situations you need to take a step back and be a lot more disciplined. And I think the discipline element massively plays a part to not giving those unforced errors and knowing when not to sign a push into examples that you don't need to. If you're in a 3 versus 5 situation against a comp that has no way to enter site, sit back, relax, don't need to do anything. I'm thinking specifically into the match yesterday where it was PRX against GE. The global squad couldn't enter a site, and PRX give them an opportunity just by 0-5 pushing out of one site, trying to be an aggro aggressor, which you don't need to do. So I think, to answer your question, yes, absolutely, the coach and team can come in and certainly calm down and tame the squad of not doing it. But when you have a squad that is very much aggressing, then they're always going to do it to a limited aspect.
For sure. And I think especially with how many patch changes we've had since 2025 to 2026, we've had since the last Masters, we've had recoil changes, we've had initiators coming and going into meta, we've had utility changes as a whole. So especially those unforced errors, making sure that you're not overcommitting to information that you think is there, is probably going to be like a big thing, because you don't have the util to just send it and then 20 seconds later you can send it again. You have to send it and then basically a minute later you have to be a lot more deliberate with your util, and by then the minute that you're waiting for is also overlapping with like defusing timer, like post-plant timing. So definitely something that we should keep an eye out for. But we have a lot to talk about. We have a lot to talk about today. we have a lot to talk about today in regards to how these teams are going to be playing around through the maps. But speaking of maps, right?
Yep.
You mentioned EDG's Haven, right?
Yep.
EDG's Haven is running the ISO and the Yoru, I think. Kang on the ISO. Because most of 2025 actually ran into a specific problem for EDG, which is the fact that Kang couldn't pick up the Yoru. Right, you would think that Yoru is just a role that frags like very heavily, and people who are playing that Yoru, I'm talking Kayak from EMEA, I'm talking Jorgamo from North America, people who can play that Yoru role have been finding a lot of success. However, EDG, for at least the last year, have been struggling to implement that ISO. So we're going into double duelist, and we might see a lot of double duelist this map. If you're Billy, and you know that you're going to run into the double duelist of EDG, what are you looking for? What is the preparations that you want to be putting into against EDG's double duelist?
Oh, well, it's going to be a tough one, right? But the good thing with that double duelist comps is that, one, it's pretty old now in terms of that playstyle. So there's like millions and millions and millions of match footage that you can go back through and watch, as well as in terms of scrims, the quality that you're going to get in scrims from teams understanding how to play that composition is going to have risen, right? So when you're playing up against it, if you have a rival, let's say, and we all know EDG like to scrim against the likes of PRX, if they're two are scrimming together, then they're going to be able to do a whole lot better. But also, just to throw an extra spanner at you, kind of in the works there, is Haven. Last time these matches were played up, EDG mixed it up and played into a neon chamber sort of play style on it instead, which is kind of probably favouring the meta a little bit more. So I think it's going to be difficult for a team like BLG to prepare, because you don't really know which one you're going to get, and given the lack of kind of timing from preparation from yesterday, I don't think it's one you're going to prepare too much heavy into.
Yeah, I think we are also in a meta where we mentioned the coaches in the beginning. We mentioned how coaches like Minnie came into PRX and revolutionized stuff. You might just not have enough time to prepare for what you're going to go into. You know, you might just be spending that time preparing yourself, because I know BLG is also an avid enjoyer of the double duelist. So yeah, definitely interesting things to consider. But we have the new walkouts for the lower finals.
One health share. Blood. Muscle. Smoothie. No body. CD. Compound. Choo-choo.
And the lower finals of Kickoff CN begins now. Everyone, all players on stage, they've had their moments of fame, but we speak about how the Valorant isn't a game of who you are, it's a matter of who you are today. So EDG and BLG have a bunch of fans, a bunch of people screaming and shouting their names, but loser forgets, or history forgets the loser, or something to that effect. BLG versus EDG in the lower grand finals.
Yep. Past versus more recent past, to put it to words. You've got the original heirs to the throne of China, to the predecessors that followed after. Your Ascension winners of BLG to take this one, to continue momentum. A chance at redemption, a chance to put themselves back onto the international stage. Kang already beginning the order famine, trying to make sure that his team have the best chance, have the best crowd behind them. They're going to need it today if they want to get a result. They need something to tide this apart.
Oh, 1000%. We were talking about it during the walkouts about how a lot of the fan favorites are just EDG, right? Like on paper, even though their reputation, their current record hasn't been as hot, missing out on the last Masters that they played, they have a reputation, right? It is a reputation that they've fostered from some really excellent performances early in China's franchising career. And I think Billy is just the product of EDG successes, right? EDG goes overseas, performs really well, comes back domestically and teaches a lot of the CN teams what is the standard that is expected when you go to domestic leagues. That's why you have teams like XLG and All Gamers stepping up. They've had a lot of practice getting their teeth kicked in by EDG. And now, in a very sins of the father kind of way, EDG is at the behest of the team that they've basically created in BLG.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams going to be feeling the pressure as they come into this first map. You see the agents down at the bottom. CB continuing to play on that second duelist. Kang now favouring into that neon, where we can see them really unleash the threat that they bring together. But a slightly different look for BLG, just the one duelist on YZ. Rusha continuing to play that smoke. And of course the Bianc replacement, as we send our best wishes out to K-Knight in recovery. We get to see what they can bring to the table once again. And for me, the standout player of recent note for BLG, Bud, who's recent joining to the team this year, has been a real standout throughout this kickoff. Clutch moments are huge, potential is at high. We need them on their very best if BLG want to make their mark again.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to note here is that Teo's coming in. I think, is this the patch with the upgraded special delivery, where the special delivery does 35 damage? I'm not too sure, but that's what they'll be scrimming with, using those special deliveries to actually flush out a lot of those zones on Pearl. So yeah, we mentioned double duel. I think double initiator is still very, very strong, especially these two. This pairing of Teo Fade gives you a lot of really clear potential, especially if you're anticipating Kang and CB to get up to some nonsense in A main.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate, well, I say unfortunate, you had Billy going down 11-13 on Peril yesterday, despite having a commanding lead at one point. Managed to let that one drip away. They need to lick their wounds of yesterday and come back fighting. Whereas EDG, no strangers to Peril themselves. Last outing against DRG, coming in a 13-2 victor. They'll be feeling confident, but this is BLG's home ground. This is where they chose to start this series. This is where they chose to put everything together in this lower bracket final.
Because it seems like we're going for early B contest, yeah? You're trying to contest for that orb as soon as possible. We want to get the Armageddon on Teo up as soon as possible, but they're just going to ignore it. Oh, there you go. He picks it up now.
Yeah, just clearing out a little bit of space, making sure it's safe to pick up to after that first contact that came with the shots throughout the pistols. Quick rotate over towards A here.
And it seems like they're playing for like this wide double initiator. So they have the one initiator playing top B, and then they have the other one playing towards A main. And then they just like play a very slow default, collect orbs if need be, or just generally get some like contesting space, get some info is they've made the right guess here. Going onto the weak side of the map, only the Chichu on this side of the map. Spike's gonna be committed here. The first spike plant to this lower grand finals and a 45-second extension.
Yeah, nice little sail on the fake to draw the bodies across the B, but no real damage done off the back of it, so it is going to be a 5-person retake. Full util set to it. The stun is fantastic, but it's Kank who comes out on top. Bianc collecting 2 to the name, but nobody equalises this one up. And as they continue pushing in, keeping the number advantage in EDG's side in this favour. But BLG quick to answer the claims as Russia and Bianc put the final nail in the coffin and get that first round in the pistols to claim this first start.
I hope this is not like the permanent look for the side of EDG if they're playing this defensive side this way. Having that killjoy towards mid is oftentimes the more popular one, and B streets is the second most popular position. Chichu was posted in art, right? Chichu was trying to post in art to play for any info, but as a result of it, he just left side wide open because he can't leave mid. So let's see if there's a bit of adjustment here. Yeah, Chichu's done the more standard setup, having that bot, watching that street, that double doors section. As the side of BLG, looking to get this for A-Orb, the Marshall shot rings off, the Cease finds one, nobody potentially in death throws here, but vulnerable and doesn't find it. Bud does find Kank in mid though, Bandit in hand. A Smoggy's forced to run away as the B hit looks on there.
Just coming in, it's an easy shot through the smoke that collects another victim. A free site with only 2 players, or 3 players I should say, remaining, all coming through this one choke point. You would have to feel it's going to be inevitable. Maybe fancy their chances, but given how results have gone so far, I mean, that's a start to take them on, but this flank should make it a little bit more tricky. And of course, cleaning that one up. But for the side of EDG, it's not all doom and gloom. We look at, once again, looking into the past of how this team has played up on this lineup. Only lost 1 attacking round the last time they played Feral, so you don't need to invest too many stocks into this defense if you believe in all of this. They are very confident on that attacking side, and of course they get their chance to really start to bank up these rounds as they now come in with the full rifle. We get to see the outlook on how they intend to play this half.
Yeah, and I think it's also, it's not too early to, or it's a bit early to be pulling any warning signals, because BLG does have the better pistol conversion rate. Following the pistol is just the force buy, which you're statistically more likely to win. So EDG still has plenty of time to stem the bleeding. Might just ascertain this as just a bit of a flesh wound, a bit of a bumpy start. But, like you mentioned, EDG is a very strong team protocol-wise on defense, so there is still hope if you're an EDG fan. There's no reason to be casting the baby with the bathwater, so to speak.
2-0 down in the first map. GG, it's over. Might as well just call this whole final off. There's no coming back now, but it will be a comeback as EDG are quickly picking off this BLG side one at a time. Rifle weaponries does not matter the difference. They're going to be coming and collecting. But
what a spam.
We'll have a say. Yeah, uses a prowler to identify where the player's position, gets to spam through the wall, but in a 1 versus 4, the only positive outlook that you can have is that the spike hasn't been committed down.
Yeah, and it's pretty dire. Bian gets a really good spam, but literally the minute that he stood up from that crouch spray, his team was dead. Just everything had fallen around him, or fallen down around him rather. From this mid execute, and EDG finds their first round. So actually, like a pretty good start. These rifles looked good. They saved a lot of weaponry going into this, so I think they could reinvest. Yeah, once again, another full buy here. Kank having to buy down to 0 though. Let's see if the economy breaks on this round, because a win for BLG does do some pretty demonstrable things to EDG's economy. Potentially might force a save here, especially for a team like EDG that wants to be getting that operator online. Kank, the aforementioned sniper player, looking to get his aforementioned legendary weapon.
This is where the game really starts. Comes off of this contact from the prowler, but it's a deep prowler that engages it. No one's really pressured too much over towards A. The rest of the squad happily situated on B, just trying to probe and figure out what's going on. You can see the Teho drone being utilised as well. Gets contact and gets quickly shot out.
Well, it's finding the relay bolt base committed there. Kanka's going to find the first one into Bianc. Gets out with his life intact. Nobody in support assists him as this is a very interesting. It's a very interesting note. Kang takes 37% of all of EDG's duels, first duels, right? So Kang finding success on those first duels is going to be a big point for if EDG wants to be mounting a bit of an upset against the fan favorites, or at least against the historical favorites. Is Chichu is going to find Wisey here, 3v5.
Yeah, that will start to lay down how this attack is going to go down, at least on this side. But with 30 seconds left, it looks like it's a pause. Hiding behind the brackets, making sure that nobody can be seen, waiting for Russia to try and navigate down this alleyway. But the turret position so strongly gets the information, means BLG have to swing. At least the first contact on Kang is dealt with, but CB tucked in the corner deals with that, and all of a sudden this BLG attack is starting to look a little bit toothless, getting dealt with one at a time, and you can see Russia just has to sit in a save. There's no hope in this round as the time ticks down. EDG collect another notch on their belt in this first map.
Yeah, it's a tied game all in all. As the BLG attack seems like it just fell apart after this kill. We spoke about that wide defaults, having your double initiates on either side. It works if you have a duelist with one of the initiators, right? And I think Bianc just got caught untradeable in that A main space, and the entire round just blew up around it. As the side of BLG has the one Vandal, do they play for some kind of group trade of it? Okay, their protocol seems a bit different. So they're taking the Vandal towards the mid side of the map, and the idea behind it is if the Vandal drops, you can pick it up. But Risha's gonna find 2 kills of the Vandal, and YC finds a third onto Smoggy. That's B Street wide open as Kang wins to receive, Outlaw in hand. Shot the Sheriff and the Deputy as it's a 3v2 and CB's ready to receive on A.
We're starting to get an outlook on why both of these teams are prone to the occasional thrifty, but it's CB's position, it's tucked. It's going to be the first question mark and the first arrow to be checked off. Bianc dispatched successfully, and now just Kang left in a 1 versus 2. The first real test that Kang's going to have to suffer through. Pops the overdrive, goes through the wall, but does not expect Bianc to be tucked up down out by Dugout. Gets the kill and restores a little bit of redemption for BLG. We spoke about how crucial these thrifties were going to be coming in at the very start today, and we're only 5 rounds in before we see the first one converted.
And it's I think it's a big, Rusha getting 2 kills there is massive, especially when you have your rifle that's just doing that much damage. You can reinvest. Neff, however, brought down, but it's okay. Neff has the Armageddon in hand, potentially looking for some post-plant utility. A bit reminiscent of 2023 Pearl, with how intensely this team is indexed into post-plant utility. So double recon's going to go through. Kang's going to find the first one to be out. Looking for a second one. Shot lands and finds Bud.
I don't know why we're re-peeking after the first operator shot collects blood. I don't know why. Come on, man. We're better than this. We do not need to re-engage. We know that we can afford to back off. And now, trapped up on main. Yes, Russia's creating some space and some pressure over by A, trying to see what's to be found, but with nothing gained so far, BLG really stuck. Have to retreat back into spawn now, have to rethink this situation, and with mere moments, they're, 25% of the squad, 30% of the squad just wiped out.
And, well, Russia is a massive lurk into mid, and the Killjoy setup is still up, so will he trip the setup? No, he doesn't, not at all, but CB in a very precarious situation.
It's just easy for EDG to pick up. They had all the space, the map was there, they can just hold positions. Yes, they do get a little bit of aggro, but it pays off to get the information. But Neff gives a lifeline into the round. It's all going to come down to if they can force the operator offline of sight, which they do with the smoke. Here comes the Armageddon to create more pressure on site. Hold them back for now, but it's Chichu and Kang on the retake, and it's the operator that gets the final blow. The more things stay the same, the less they change. Kang picks up the first kill of the round and gets the last one to go along with it.
And this EDG defense, we mentioned 1 round the entire defensive half. A bit of a rough start, but finding value here is Kang finding 3 kills in the round, and Neff not really having that standout performance that we saw from the previous match. The last time these two went up against each other, Neff was averaging about 300 ACS a half, so he's a bit of a slow start here, just having that 1 KD. Struggling to find a bit of purchase here, but we have the B main execute, we have the B main pop, but there's one less Armageddon. We do have the Dimensional Drift and the Nightfall on favor of BLG, so potentially a big ulti right here.
Drone to try and claim out. The Haunt at least shows where one position is, but that Dimensional Drift bleeding down mid. It's going to be first contact for Smoggy, who loses that fight, opens up a little bit of space. Another chance with 2 kills heading into the favour of BLG, make that 3. All of a sudden, EDG looking beatable once again. Have this lockdown should Chichu choose to use it, but in a 2 versus 5 with an operator as one of the retake weapons, probably not favoured in this situation. We'll just consider looking to make a save, as you can see Kang already retreating. Chichu just wanted to waste a little bit of time to make sure they can retreat safely without being too much hunted down. Sure they can stay alive, but Neff is on this. You spoke about this IGL having the read, having the know-how, and it will be these stuns to push off the operator on this angle. The wall goes up, the stun comes out, everything being utilised to get this off out of Kang's hands.
He just finds one. That's Kang is always good for these like exit frags as well. He's very competent on the sniper, so it's very good, especially after that one press conference. So you hear him leaning more into that identity, getting that sniper, making sure that the money is very well spent. But a big thing to note here is that was a better looking round from BLG, and the minute they don't lose 2 people off rip, they tend to convert those B plants. So I like the idea of the rush. I think the rush is very, very good if you're a BLG. Just need to make sure that you can get past that initial choke, right? This first angle that Kang was holding. If you can get past and survive that first hold, then BLG is very favored for a lot of these rounds because of just sheer volume of util alone.
Yeah, they come into this one. They'll be feeling a little bit more confident. They've managed to get some movement back into the game. Still having that lockdown available for Bud, but it can be counteracted by the Hunter's Fury on the side of EDG, having their own lockdown as well. Getting closer and closer to that Overwatch round, but there goes the Hunter's Fury, taken out by YZ. And Bud quickly dispensing with CB as well.
Yeah, it's a 3v5 in favor of BLG here. As, got those mid kills, left Spike in spawn, going to collect and potentially lean over towards this A side of the map, which doesn't have any anchors on it. Killjoy is playing in art, so Bud potentially looking to play his lockdown here, potentially for post plant. So they can do a bit of min-maxing in this situation, right? They can just give the spike to the right person. In this case, just anyone who's closer to the LT, which would be Bianca in this situation. Is Chichu ready to receive, walks in front of the smoke, but YZ finds Chichu. Trades bodies dropping, Bianca finds the last one, Smoggy in a high-low falls, and so does Bud, finding the final kill onto Kang.
Yeah, it was always felt like that first kill was going to be monumental in how that half of the round was going to go through. He felt like BLG took a little bit too long to try and progress themselves on site, which allowed EDG a chance to regroup and get ready for a fight over site. But Chichu maybe putting a little bit too much wandering shoes on cost that one. And with the kill, making it a 4 versus 2, you always felt like it was going to favour into BLG. Maybe if it was a little bit less chaotic, another save would have come in, but it's the coach's time to try and save this for EDG. Calling this time out, trying to address the problems that they're watching in front of their very own eyes. This is when they get to really put their money to the mouth.
Yeah, you need to make an adjustment, I think, in how we're anchoring a lot of these sites. We have the operator, or had the operator rather, holding a lot of those B main space, and then we have Killjoy playing very passively on A. But the problem is that you saw that round was Killjoy playing passively off A means that when the smoke drops, Killjoy has to get very active from a really bad position. And even if he found that first kill, I don't think it's any one space, you know, like it's not space that you actually, it's not a hold that's effective enough because of how fast everyone floods out and trades that kill. So BLG still playing in that very wide default. I'm a huge fan of this default. It's finding a lot of value in terms of that initial info gathering. Bianca's throwing an extremely high eye, knowing that Kang might be upping the angle. So then also Kang has the limited field of view here. So you're going to be seeing it a lot. This fade eye that lands basically on top of those rubble pillars. Just to try and clear out early Kang pressure, is YZ's going to take Kang's up, and the sniper finds the sniper. A bit of a counter-sniping battle here, opens up the round in favor of BLG in a 4v5.
It's one of these scary moments we spoke about with BLG. Oh, just slipping
the
by
timing.
CB. Yeah, the timing on this could be crazy. The first shot at least lands, but YZ stops that from getting out of control with the quick trade. And now we're just going to try and sail a fake down B, but EDG's positions haven't really moved too much. Now I'm saying that, they decide to full send to sprint onto site. You might get some comms from nobody coming in if they were to make a little bit of a step, but cut the noise just on time. And now it's a pause once again.
It's the anchor's on the completely wrong side of the map. Is nobody aware of the possibility? It has to re-clear into A, but yeah, on A main is it's a lot of danger. It's a lot of advanced weaponry here.
Yeah, peeking this for the sheriff up against more people. Here comes the horn. Oh, you're trapped in the dugout.
No.
Oh, goodbye. That's a trap that you don't want to fall into. The mouse fell for the cheese. The trap snapped down, and just like that, EDG fall another round. They have, what, 2 sheriffs, 2 ultimates, but if they get put into it, I'd be questioning even more on what's going to happen here. Surely this is just a slow come in, die to the spike. Wait to see what happens. I mean, okay, we're just going to peek. Never mind, we're just going to feed them alt orbs. Let's give Neff another Armageddon, why not?
Oh no! Now we don't peek. No, now we don't peek. If we don't peek, that's a lot. That's pretty expensive. I mean, if you're the side of EDG, you're not that upset with that. You know, you found 2 kills with minimal investment into that round, and you are, you know, chipping away at that burgeoning eco of BLG. That's crazy though. That solo peek is a bit one for a bit more mechanical skill that didn't want to call itself at that moment though.
The equalising moment that the timeout was at least called for now will be shown. Kang back into the operator. Progressing down A main. Holding this tight angle, allowing the teammates to push up even further. Maybe a fake off of where this operator could be posted, and it might work for now as the offense look to be slightly heading in this direction.
Trying to get droned out as YZ as flash pops and Kang gets off the angle. CB's playing anchor for this A side of the map as things are looking pretty precarious.
CB could win it all here. Gets one. Gate crash down. Uses that dimensional drift to get even more information. Has the escape plan as Kang collects one. Chichu collects another. And just like that, dismantled in seconds. The opposition are stuck. Neff has fallen into a trap themselves, but somehow finds a way to survive. Gets 2, but 2 will be all they'll be able to do as the reinforcements quickly gathered in.
That was Neff almost did a lot of damage. That's not really a win that you're comfortable with. It's a win that you'll take, sure, but you lost what? Your operator, which probably got picked up, and you lost 2 rifles for the side of EDG. So it's a bit pricey. Neff getting a lot of damage done there. Timeout's gonna come, just counter that momentum a bit. It seems the momentum being 1 round from EDG because BLG currently in the lead.
Yeah, to me, it's I guess it comes back to maybe the limited research that they would have been able to do, having looked at what EDG produced against Dragon Ranger Gaming, being that 13-2 on Peril, knowing that their attack side is so strong. And I guess they get a chance and an opportunity to talk to the team during halftime anyway, but it might just be something to get these final 2 rounds over the line. A couple set plays, we know the ults are there. They have a little bit of money in the bag, so just something to make sure this is an 8-4 half and then set themselves up for the best chance of success when it comes round and splits onto the defense.
Yeah, definitely. How do you play leaning into this? Because I know if you're BLG, you're leaning into double initiator into double duel, right? The double duel is currently on defense. You know that the half switch is going to come later as well, so you kind of want to be padding your lead a bit more, because double duel has a proclivity of being annoying to the point of losing the game. You know, it can just completely run over and dismantle any set play that you have just from sheer volume and braggadocious endeavors aside.
Interesting how far up EDG have pushed. And they might just be in the chance of catching BLG out. Slow walk around. Thankfully, the drone is available. Should force Kang off this angle. But if a sidestep is enough, he's got the tap shoes on, the ballet moves are on. At least there comes the Prowler in all of Tejo's utility to force the angle. But, I mean, all of that util dispensed and no space gained, that you have to retreat back towards A. And it's... with 50 seconds left on the clock, you've not cleared anything. There's so many question marks across the map. At least you have the turret watching mid, but that's really it.
Yeah, I think the big thing to note is now they have such limited util. Oh, Neff is going to commit the tail ulti dry, it looks like. Clearing the smoke, the Nightfall gets committed. That's a lot of commitment for no one on site, as nobody out of all people finds an ulti or finds a kill with his Hunter's Fury. As CB caught him backside in a very precarious situation, special delivery lands as Rishia finds CB, removes him from his mortal coil, shuffles him violently off of it. Is Neff going to try and commit the plunge?
We've just seen every single bit of utility in this game spent on this one site. And the rest of it that wasn't left is going to be to try and retake it. It's going to have to be heavy fight if you want to face this lockdown. Team stuck on, but with the 2 versus 2 backside, the sides have almost been switched, and it's Smoggy who comes with a massive 2k to thwart the efforts of BLG. Every single thing has been pushed against them, but when you fight into the shadows, you need to be able to fight, and Smoggy does just that.
It's crazy that they spent so much utility there, like the Armageddon and the Nightfall, 2 ultis that could exist in isolation and be powerful. They committed a bit of overkill there, I think, from the side of BLG, committing all that util to try and flush Kang out of B main, and then still committing the double ulti onto A when there was no one there. Like, you have no way to actually tell him. You could have used at least one of those ultis in tandem with YZ's current one, the Dimensional Drift, to create a slightly more stable, you know, like appropriate use of force in that situation. But B main, the Dimensional Drift gets popped, spots Kang in the op, but Kang finds Budge.
Might find Budge, but has made a way down on the side, but it's Kang who continues just to pick people off one at a time with this operator. You cannot stop this player. Pops the overdrive, picks up a 4k, and rightly stands up on stage. Fist bumping the team, knowing that anything that BLG want to try and do, they cannot get past this man. Your 2025 CN Player of the Year. Question marks were around it, but right now, he's showing just what he has on display.
Yeah, definitely putting up a contender for a Player of the Year award performance right now. Actually, it's very, very potent. It's crazy how consistent he is with this sniper rifle, right? There's the operator in Kang's hands is, like Pansy described many years ago, a heat-seeking missile. He doesn't miss. It's actually, his efficacy on this weapon is immaculate. And this defensive comeback from a 3-0 down to a 6-6 half is very, very good, especially against a team that is so explosive on the trot and had such potent executes. So what are we looking forward to in this half, right? Double duel on attack and double initiates on defense. What are we looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to seeing exactly why EDG were able to string so many rounds up against Dragon Ranger. We've mentioned it before. It was a despicable display they put off the last time they met on Peril. And I mean, I just don't know how you combat that if you're on the side of BLG. They need to be very disciplined. But they had opportunities in that first half, and it almost feels like just now, without being too much defeatist, you've given a huge opportunity for EDG to snatch away the first map, your own map pick nonetheless, and you can already see the stats that are coming in for Kang. MVP of the map so far, #1 in every rating so far. Is the key just to shut this player down and not allow this player to be so strong going forward? But with how the map lays out, it's perfectly set up for success for Kang.
Yeah, and I think 37% of all first duels is going to be very, very important, especially on this attack side. So eyes on Kang. Traditionally, when you see this double duel, the Yoru tends to be the one taking a lot of the first contacts because Yoru can just escape if need be and can play the map states a bit more of that trickster role that Yoru is known as. So mid stack from the side of BLG, double people doors, triple people art. As it looks like it's going to be a mid split. Kang looking to challenge, but finds Kang though. CB's going to trade it out almost immediately.
Yeah, opens up an avenue down into here, walking down the alleyway, but it's YZ who's got her on the door. Takes the first pop and backs off, knows that you can't give full access. As the bouncer, sometimes you have to let one slip by to maintain the crowd and keep this team at bay. Chichu just wants to cause as much of a problem at the very top as can. Keep them distracted for the opposition to come in, but you cannot distract Bianc. He will be focused, he will be ready. And he keeps this one on toll, but ultimately, it's all going to fall down to Russia on site to keep this attack inside against EDG. Can another pistol be converted? No, as EDG get the final kill eventually. Slow one out. A little bit of tango in the smoke, but eventually Russia falls.
Yeah, and I think it's a great look from EDG to actually dissect that heavy mid pressure, right? I think they did a really good job of making sure that the side of BLG didn't have free space. Every single space that they try to contest had to be contested quite heavily, and Kang taking that duel, even though he lost to Bud, opened up a lot of critical space, because that's a kill on the Killjoy. That's a flip to either side of the map. They're aware of the fact that the initiators were split, so they see the Fake Dog. They know that A's just a no-go. As Kang is gonna say no way to YZ. Looking for the second one, Marshall in hand. Buys the first, finds the second, finds nothing on the second shot. Is Kang finds Russia, and the site seems seemingly wide open for entry. Finds the third, finds the fourth.
Okay, buddy, okay. I'm pretty sure FaZe Clan died, but right now they might have just resurrected watching this. Kang in an open montage as it is. Let the bodies hit the floor, screaming out. The flashing across the screen doesn't even need to follow with a dash. Just to hit fire enough for the Marshal in this town.
Yeah, Kang finds 4 kills. Do you think he's gonna hunt for it? Surely you do, right?
I mean, you have to. There's no way that you don't. Yeah, but with the position that's been taken by Neff, it was never really too much done, and it's just a crazy 4K to start things off. We see why this player takes so many of the first duels. We see what they can bring in. That's nuts.
That's crazy. So just the fact that he dissects that high-low as well with the Marshal, and he doesn't scope in a single time.
It's slightly unforgivable, but you mentioned at the start they want to play the sniper rifles, they want to be that player, and that's exactly why. However, this time they drop it across and invest into a Vandal to set up their duelist for that success.
He's 20-9 as well, mind you. So he was 15-9 before that that 4K, which is, oh, not 15, 16, sorry. Don't do math on stream. It's a bad idea. Yeah. But yeah, he's actually showing up almost a 2K defense. And keep in mind, he's taking a lot of the first encounters that you're seeing on the map. So for him to be getting this much success is actually very, very good. As towards B main, dogging all the way, or droning all the way through street, and Russia and Neff ready to receive on B.
Yeah, drone spots out the information. You've got Chichu just continuing to be the protagonist. Up by doors, wanting to take that late lurk. Russia this time at least deals with their counterpart in Smoggy. Stun in the smoke to try and prevent anyone pushing through. YZ knows Chichu's going to be here. But the rotate is called in, at least for now. Identifying the numbers that have been on site, the utility gives that away. Start to progress elsewhere, but when you look at where YZ's positioned, they could be in a prime place to turn this round on its head.
Yeah, definitely an important look here is how is Kankan going to get out of the situation. He's buying a lot of time. He's creating a lot of space by actually keeping them B, but he might be late to the actual site pop as Bud. Anchor on site, time running low. YZ finds the kill onto Chichu. Bud finds the kill onto nobody, and it's a 1v1 on site with Spike down.
Yeah, but 3 seconds left. It's Jover, as the kids would say. They'll try and get it down for money's sakes anyway, but as Bud walks up, gives their life, but prevents the spike going down, which makes it a little bit less economy-wise. You start to crumble slightly. I think the execution, the idea was good enough for the rotate to come in, but ultimately time was just not on their side. The Killjoy not having moved a muscle really made that one more difficult. Too much to get past, too much to clear. But I think it's a bonus round, so let's not buy into it too much.
Yeah, it is a bonus round. It's the money is going to be pretty tentative though. If you win this round and lost the next one, your money sort of breaks. Valorant is a game that when you trade rounds back and forth, money gets very, very tight very, very quickly, you know? So trying to string it together, even though it's a bonus round, you kind of want to be converting your next round because you're investing so much to actually win the rounds because they are a lot more winnable. They're in a lot more of a winnable state rather. So definitely not anything to be alarmed about, but money is definitely something you should look forward to, especially in the next round.
Yeah, I quite like this thing about from Kang knows that the overdrive's available, so just using that gun as a pre-contact before that needs to be popped if needed. The drone will push Bud off of the angle. Stuns coming in. Sight opened up. Access granted for now. Spike making its way onto site. Takes a plant. If Bianc pushes further around that corner, they might just be able to take the collection, but the alarm bot prevents it for now. And this is a huge stack retake. Everyone ready to fight it. The EDG are on site. They're waiting up. Kang takes the aggressive angle, wants to be the aggressor in this situation, but it's dispatched by Bianc. Chichu the second wave in the flank, at least for now. BLG holding down the spike. Has to force out the smoke, but they just won't be able to. And BLG steal from EDG around it. They would have thought would have been in their grasp, but just weren't able to get round the corners on time and peek out the smoke, get any spam. BLG starting to look a little bit more competent on this defensive side.
And this is what we meant about like trading those rounds back to back, right? I think now EDG's forced onto a save. There's no real investment that they can do into this round, unless they're going to force buy, unless they feel like things aren't as dire as they were in terms of the econ. It's sketchy. It's so sketchy. Nobody's on a sheriff, and Kang still has the stinger, but that's another force 2 rounds in a row.
The BLG having the read on mid, being a little bit of pressure here, having rotated all of Killjoy's utilities onto it. I like the idea of taking space up out of A main, cuts off some other avenues that EDG can fight through, and just allows a blender for Bud. But does he expect someone in this corner? He's going to walk out. It doesn't matter if they expect it because he gets the kill anyway. But Smoggy is there to rescue it, picks up some weapons as well. But here's the second wave of flank. Body blocked by their own teammate. Couldn't get back in. But in a 3 versus 2, they've somehow come out of this with a positive outlook.
But Bianc's ready to receive. Bianc's ready to receive, and Russia also has a potential for like a pretty massive crunch here if EDG takes too long to actually pivot over here. So very, very quiet. Just minding our own business, thinking about the future, thinking about what we're going to eat later. 30 seconds left, okay. Yeah, a little Zoom meeting, talk to everyone. How's everyone doing? Has everyone stretched? Is everyone drinking enough water? As we're Trotting. Onto A.
Yeah, such a good position. We'll try and spray through to be the hero, but ultimately the spray does not connect. Kang trades it through. And now, Russia, a 1 versus 3, complete opposite side of the map, looking to catch that train that leaves from Station B. Make sure that they can rescue this rifle into the next round. As this BLG thought they had a path to success, they fall apart the next. And not to keep bringing it up, but Thrifties were the talk of the town. With the moments of the game, the turnovers that we were concerned about are leaking through for both sides. You have to feel whoever's the first to sort that one out will be the one to take the series. And as a spike implodes, the BLG's chances implode alongside.
I think the big thing that you can look at is where everyone's dying, right? One person died bot street, one person died connect, and one person died top mid for BLG, right? Those are three isolated instances that is causing that has no potentiality for trade, you know? So the side of BLG needs to iron that out. That is one of those, like you mentioned, those turnovers. You're basically giving them freeways into each round. And if you're going to keep doing that, it's going to be very, very bad. Bad is the word. It's just bad. Bad all around. If you're the BLG defense, if you're BLG coaching staff, because you're not going to win like that. You're not against the caliber of players you're getting up against, right? The adage I will always use is, if it was you, if you were on the other side of your crosshair, you would beat yourself, you know? If EDG was in the same positions as BLG, they would win this round as well. So unforced error is going to be a big thing to watch out for. And like you mentioned, those thrifties and that econ management as well.
Yeah, we've seen the BLG timeout come out last half to no avail. Resulted in a mass dash of utility over on that A side after a failure to connect on B. You'd be hoping that the coaching staff would be able to pull something a little bit stronger out to rescue this half. Like we said, this is BLG's map pick, heading into the famous map of Haven for EDG. The last thing you want to do after such a grueling series yesterday is to drop that first map and have to go make a fight back on your opponent's map pick. Let's see what the coaches have brung together. At least they have a strong buy, to the most part, to come in. A lockdown and a nightfall to aid by. Just stopping progression just now, waiting to see where EDG want to head into. And it looks like that fight is going to be over by mid.
Yeah, as it's mid towards A, it looks like, and that's the strong side. Is Stealth drone gets committed, gets broken. That's soft info in and of itself. There's someone that needs that drone broken. Is Kang looking for a first encounter with that outlaw in hand? Is it just shift over towards B?
Yeah, this will only favour the outlaw. And I mean, Neff has the read on Chichu. It's happened almost every single round that this door has been aggressed. Just waiting for it to come through, and eventually it will do. Dispatched and delivered. DPD took the signature and left the package there to be dealt with. So as the sight hit comes through here now, over on towards B. Wall goes up, stun comes out. A little bit of chaos. But Bud and Neff stand tall. They will not be pushed off of here. They will always hold their ground, but it's nobody that might just be the little trickster trying to navigate throughout the smokes to pick up a couple kills, but ultimately a couple kills will be all they'll get. As the timeout seems to have worked, and I don't even know if it's a call in the timeout there that makes that look so nice, right? It's just being happy to allow the aggression to come from EDG eventually and let them walk into your crosshairs, really.
Yeah, you're playing against double duels, so naturally the most logical thing is just let them come, you know? You saw that was like epitomized by the way that Neff was just holding that angle mid. Didn't move, he didn't flinch at all. I think the Yoru clone actually might have sold CB down the river, or sold Chichu down the river actually, because those steps imply that someone is mid, so then Neff just doesn't feel like he ever needs to look away. So Dishu Risha looking for a kill, yeah? Couple bullets tag, CB down to 84. But still okay, still alive, still breathing. Gets an ult orb for his troubles, and Dimensional Drift is now online.
See what set play comes in based off the back of that. Will at least clear out some information and allow Kang to aggress off the back of it if used correctly. Hunter's Fury there as well, so we could see a combination that comes in. A popular one that's been used recently. Should collect at least a free kill, if not a ton of space off the back. The smoke and the spray deals with both of them. Never mind. You want your Dimensional Drift? Tough. You want your Hunter's Fury? Tough. Sit back down. The only dimension you're going into is the next round. Now you have to fight this site a little bit weaker. It's not looking good, Chief. It's not looking good. Halted and thwarted once again.
Look at time as well. There's just nowhere to go. There's nowhere to go but B, but if you go B, you're walking into 3, so it's just very precarious. It's very precarious right now, and yeah, it's just a round loss for EDG. I think they might have overcooked it. I think they have a simplicity in their comp that bodes well when it comes with simpler game plans, but they just overcooked it. They overcomplicated a lot of stuff, and obviously Neff's contribution to this round was quite violent.
Didn't take into consideration that they might get double sprayed through it of smoke. That's on them.
Yeah. No, I should have factored for the fact that it's a gun game, no?
This is true. I mean, that's round winning momentum right there. Picking up probably the winning factors and the win condition that EDG were relying on that round. We were just talking about the Hunter's Fury and Dimensional Drift, and it's taken away, but the good news is they have money, they can invest them in this round, and to go alongside it, they have 3 other ultimates, a combination of massacres that can be invested in if needed. I fear that our screen may not see anything for a while.
I do love the fact that they're playing these heavy contact angles as well and just fighting through the smokes. It's actually quite potent. Very, very potent, right? When you're actually holding those smokes, stopping them from crossing those smokes for free, stopping them from getting space for free or even pressuring. Because once you know your spams are on and you know that you got the right timing, it makes it a lot easier to make that assumption that no one is in that main area.
The timing on that drone as well is great. Make sure that Chicha knows that they know that you're still in mid. Looked like it would maybe back him off temporarily, but instead chooses to stand the ground, see if any aggression comes back off of it. But from what we've seen from BLG, they will not be the aggressors in this situation. They're happy for you to come to them. Happy for time coming. And with 30 seconds left, you have to start committing onto this site. And as soon as you pull out your util, you're dropped down. At least CB equalises it up for now. Stunned out, has to dash TP back to site. Spike being committed down now as well, but nobody's getting that information. It's a fight, it's a lockdown for a lockdown. This is the Overwatch that we were promised. Expected in huge moments. Just have to pause, allow for this retake to come.
Is it 3v3? Oh, I think nobody's just gonna tank the ulti to give false information as to how many people are actually towards main. As Chichu has to go big here. Neff goes bigger, finds the kill there almost immediately. Gets sucked off of the star. Is Risha, but Risha takes the spike, tries to get back on. Hunter's Fury gets committed as Bud and Neff find 2 kills for their trouble. On for 80, tries to get it to half, but doesn't quite get it. There's not enough util. Is Risha gonna stick with Bud offering assistance, and it's going to be a close one, but BLG secure round 11.
That is a massive, massive round to win. That cannot be understated. Every single thing that EDG have has just been launched full sent at that round. A round that had to go in their favour, but now puts them on the back cycle. Puts them in a deficit. Have to wait on these ults cycling back in together as well. And at 9-11, I mean, I don't know. To me, I looked at EDG's attacking sides from before and just expected them to come in knowing that they were going to have a really smooth running at this. But BLG's lack of movement and discipline on site, happy to to retake when needed, but also just to fight off the off angles certainly makes EDG's plans fall apart.
1000%, and I think it's also the fact that the side of BLG is fired up in these really critical fights. No, they're having such a strong chokehold over any space that EDG wants, especially with double duel. You want to be sort of leapfrogging your wins, you know? You want to be taking B main, leapfrog that to site, leapfrog that to CT, or more stronger site positioning situations. And the side of EDG is not getting it done right now. BLG is doing a really good job at just lock down, shut down every single available moment. When it comes to just how proactive they are on their attack side protocols and their castling. Kang has got 4 rounds, or 4 kills in the last 6 rounds, I think.
Yeah, it's been a very disappointing attacking half from Kang. 4 rounds, 4 kills. It's only 2 rounds that BLG need. Can they thwart this side of EDG? It was a tough call on who was going to be favoured through all of these maps. Mentioned before that BLG probably got the sweeter deal on the map, but EDG have made this map grueling, made it testing, and they make their way onto site a little bit easier this time. Haven't had to dispense too much utility, but it's a spam into the smoke. A consistent site that we've seen that takes the first contact, and Kang continues the downfall in the second half. We'll have to fight a little bit heavier. Peeks out. A little bit scary knowing that Odin's prowling towards you, trying to just push through, but this is everything, and it's BLG that once again walk away with everything in their hands.
What a retake. That Astral Wall is actually quite... I don't know if that was defender or attacker side Astral Wall. All I know is it favored the defensive side so much in how they actually... The implementation of how they use that wall is... Yeah, full blind CD trying to anchor behind that smoke and anchor CT. So EDG out of timeouts. It's a match point secured, overtime all but secured for BLG. EDGs can only hope for an overtime come the end of regulation. So what's the adjustment? What's the fix here? I think B fast isn't working. We've gone B the last couple of rounds and just keep getting shut down in post plants, like that second phase of the post plant. A is not working either. Mid isn't working. The most you can hope for is just barreling down the site and looking for a pick and resetting it seems.
Yeah, maybe take a little bit of extra space after the plant, not allowing BLG to set themselves up for that retake successfully. But for now, it's just going to be a continuation of this prodding on mid that Chichu has been setting up all half. Hasn't really found much success with it quite yet. The Killjoy setup just alerts every single round for where this player is going to be. And I mean, YZ in a position that CB found some success with, will have to just teleport away, but information gathered that there's at least a number heading towards this A site, which will allow BLG to think on how they want to do it and face into what could be the last round in the map for them.
And it's a 5v5 post plant. On A, 5v4 as Kang finds one. Bianc with the spam finds 2. Kang finds a second one. Trying to heat up a bit here, going into it. That's a dink for your troubles. As Bianc spamming down, finds a third. Reloads, loads up the Odin. More Divine Retribution potentially on the horizon. Looking for a 4th kill here potentially, but they can't plant the spike. There's no way to plant the spike when this problem exists so clear and present. Finds the 4th one, looking for the 5th one is Bianc. Classic in hand, sends a couple of shots, but Russia closes out map 1 in favor of BLG.
Oh, Bianc really thought he was the coach of a Major League Baseball team there, sitting in the dugout, shooting all the shots. EDG had no hope of getting onto site. Bullets raining down from the heavens above, sending their hopes of winning Peril into oblivion. Bianc, the late substitution, flying in yesterday at 1 AM. Heroes the last round. I mean, everyone was still there too much, but certainly an aspect of the questions that what would Bianc's impact be? Well, I think you've just answered it immediately. Wants to do the best for the team, having previously been on Billy before. And what a start to this series.
Yeah, definitely a firecracker of a start. It was a bit close. I think to EDG's credit, they made this game very, very competitive, especially on their defense side. It's just attack side with that double duel we mentioned. Simple game plans. We need simpler game plans if we're going to be playing that sort of thing, especially when the side of BLG wasn't doing anything too fancy. They weren't doing anything too crazy. They weren't making sure that it was a bit untenable on defense. Like, they weren't doing many trap plays. They were just heads-up gunfighting. So the side of EDG definitely has a lot of thinking to do here. I think it's Haven next map.
Yep.
So especially you're going to run into the double duel. You're going to run into double duel again. BLG failed to address the simple game plans. I say this because they have played it before. EDG has won Haven against BLG because BLG just couldn't answer the simple facts of the game, you know? So how do we go into the second map and answer all those simple questions is the question.
Well, we don't have too long to wait before we go into that. I mean, BLG at least get to mull on the success of map number 1 for the time being. And as we watch this clip back, I mean, this part to me is just crazy. You often see like the spray transfer with the Vandal, never mind managing to transfer with a no-scope Marshall to dismantle the opposition. I mean, they were really, that was all Kankang's 4 kills for what felt like that whole half. Really shut down, and I want to see the confidence issue being addressed for EDG, but we'll at least get to see BLG's team comms coming up here.
哎，那是我跳看一下，跳一下。对，是我们的，是我们的。OK， 那空下。等我，二子两个，还有一个。别急，别急，我们回来抱一波，回来一打。不要死，回来了。你们5个都来，全来。他龙不失效了，这个。他凯之后他火也没了，他 A 大火没了。你能往近点贴一点，不加过点，不用加他出来的那个。再跑，把他放出来。拿。再调抢位。他 B 可能会压我们，快点啊！凯之后在这边就快了，他。哎，我们可以报这个，我给2个大有眼，我10秒有眼，我10秒有眼，8秒有眼，我给左边2个眼，对，哎，他开眼，5秒有眼，5秒有眼，我有技能狗，我不丢那个眼了，我来3、2、1，我看，你们去，二的，我画的，大哥狙，二的，大哥狙左边，对，先下包，我去找他，捷豹狙给我，打到。
Neff.
As it's Neff once again. Neff is like I mentioned in the beginning, in contention for arguably one of the highest fragging IGLs globally. I think they especially when it gets to internationals, assuming Billy makes it that far to Master Santiago, this is a player to watch out for. Especially in the IGL front, playing everything from the controller, playing everything to the tail, and being oftentimes the main point of BLG's success is just how Neff is calling around himself. So well-earned MVP, 293 ATS is nothing to scoff at, especially on an IGL. It's even more so on a duelist. So very, very impressive showing from him.
Yeah, for sure. I think we're seeing an era of fragging IGLs, especially across VCT CN. But for now, all we could do is bask in the glory of Neff. You can see I was about to say diff coming out across onto Kankang, but really Kankang's stats were purely down to that first half. Really couldn't find any momentum going into the attacking half, which is not something that you want to see from your star duelist. You want to see them being able to be set up for a little bit more success, so more confident going into this next half and the next map, I should say. And I think Haven's probably the best place to do that for them, right? It's where they have formed their own home. It's where they have settled down the most. And sometimes when you're lacking a little bit of confidence, home is for the heart.
22 first kills is a crazy effort. That's total first kills. Of those, I wonder how many of those were Kankangs, actually. I was curious about that because Kankang was someone who is taking 40% of those duels, and if you're converting, if there's 10 first kills, that means there's at least one round. You have a 90% conversion rate. There's one round where you're not getting those first kills and winning a round, and that's 13 rounds total, mind you. So it's actually very important to keep an eye out on that, especially if we have this narrative going that Kankang is pulling out an insane performance on Neon Pearl. For those who don't know, the red graph is Kankang's stats, in the white graph is all players averaged on Pearl. So Kang is not only head and shoulders, he's full down to the waist above everyone else when it comes to stats, especially on this performance.
Head, shoulders, knees and toes. Knees and toes.
Knees and toes. Yeah, head, shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes, knees and toes above the rest. So something to look out for, especially if we're going to be touting Kang as this player that not only is coming from the prestige of being 2025's CN's Duelist of the Year or Player of the Year, and also someone who's taking 40% of the duels. How is Kang going to continue those stats? And secondly, how is EDG going to take their MVP in heavy quotation marks and actually win the game, right? It's all good and well to have the stats, but if you don't win the game, you're going to be you're going to look rather silly. You're going to be getting accolades that don't really matter in their most important situations. But Billy 1-0 up. Any final thoughts before we go to break?
Yeah, I think just to kind of point over what you've just said there, I think individuals can be individuals, but in a team game, you really need to rely on the rest of the team. So I want to see Kang and CB teaming up a little bit more. What comp they come out with on Haven is going to rely on a lot of different things. Will it be that double duelist comp, or will we see the success of Chamber coming back out? All of these questions still to be answered, and there's only one way really to find that out.
Yeah, and we'll find that out immediately after the break. Stay tuned, everyone. Thanks for tuning into Project Horizon.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Lots of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for their party. And if you start shit, you be hard lived in the darkness, torn apart quick. You left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. No exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. No exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is.
Welcome everyone, welcome back to Project Horizon and VCT CN in collaboration to bring you the lower grand finals of Kickoff. The score is currently 1-0 to BLG. I'm Wriggle, joined again with Veggie. How do you feel? How do you feel about that first map?
Personally, it's kind of probably what we're expecting, right? I think both of these teams know this is going to be a scrappy affair, especially when you reflect slightly back on BLG having Bianca as in a replacement, EDG kind of lacking the aura that they have of previous years, kind of donning a new age for this team. I think we kind of got exactly what was promised, if I'm honest. So I'm still on the same path. I expect EDG to put up a much better showing in the second map on Haven. Like we said, it is their map, it's their home, it's where everything falls into place for them. However, for BLG, you know what's coming for the most part, at least.
Yeah, I think they're going into Haven, a map that in the previous BO3, the previous encounter against EDG, they lost. So they actually do have a bit of good footage here, especially if they want to be making any minor adjustments or even counter-stratting against the one map that they lost in a 3-map series. So
yep.
BLG definitely looking confident. We're seeing a lot more firepower from the side of BLG. Neff pulled a 296 ACS as the IGL, only eclipsed by Kankang's 335. But that 335 is a bit deceptive because most of those kills, there's 26 and 15 scoreline. Most of that, almost half of that, was amounted for in that first half when they were starting on defense. So let's see if Kankang can carry that over. We alluded to it in the beginning. How can Kankang have those performances and EDG still function at a high enough level that they actually do find more long-term success?
Yeah, I think it does purely just come to setting up Kankang for more success on that attacking half rate. I think you've pretty much summed it up perfectly. 16 kills for Kankang on the defense and then finishing off the whole map with 26. I mean, as a Neon and a double Julius, you'd expect him to probably get a lot more frags and probably take a lot more space, right? I think a lot of the time we probably lean on our duelists being that frag heavy, but actually if you were to look at where Neon died in most part, it was probably the furthest player up, but for me it wasn't far enough. I wanted to see a little bit more space being taken, more space aggressed, especially when you look at how BLG were playing that map of allowing you to come to them rather than them being the aggressors. On Haven, it's probably going to be the exact same. There's more reason for it. You're going to be more split out as a team, and we know it's a very retake heavy map, so I want to kind of see Kankang looking for further opportunities.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a big thing, enabling Kankang to do Kankang things, right? He's a very auraful, he's a very confident player. We just need to enable him to do a lot more of the, not necessarily heavy lifting, because I think he's doing a lot of heavy lifting, but a lot more coordinated lifting with the team is consideration. One of the notes I had...
he's Mega Max mortal chilling, by the way. He's gone, but I think just to kind of flex on the point that you were mentioning about needing Kankang to be part of the team, you can't do a Kankang with one person, right? It just doesn't work. I don't know if you've ever tried the dance move. It doesn't work just one person alone. It just looks silly. You need everyone else involved in a Kankang to make it what it is. And I think that goes for the Star Julius player in themselves. Everyone needs to be falling into line, doing their role and setting them up for success. And now that we get to see Kankang switch across to that chamber, we get to see what massive effect this sniper can really have in their hands.
Yeah, this is a big shift from the last time they played. So that anti-strat is a bit bucked in terms of tradition, as they're playing more of that traditional style. This is the more common meta, right? The double controller with the Viper has just been the pronounced way of playing Haven. It hasn't changed much. It comes in and goes out of circulation basically on a seasonal basis. So Kankang on that operator is a bit of an adjustment. Normally you have the killjoy there, but all things considered, everything is pretty standard affair from the side of EDG, and as standard as you can possibly get on BLG. They are picking the Breach, which is objectively one of the worst agents in the game if you're looking at stats. But if the side of BLG has fundamentals around it, Bud looked really good on the breach agent, and that Flash is oftentimes acting as very supplemental to the way YZ plays. So very exciting prospects on the horizon here as we soon and shortly go on to map 2 of this lower grand final.
Yeah, just to reflect on the changes that have coming through for EDG on this map side, it's very reminiscent of the style that we've seen on Split, in terms of they'll get a few rounds on defense up against Tai Lu. The last time this map was played, it was a 4 defusals that alerted them to win the round, and then a massive 9-win streak on attack, forcing Tai Lu not to be able to breathe any air for them to finally succumb to the attacking side of EDG. So defense is going to be massive for BLG, but I've got confidence given the side of the retakes that we've seen came in over onto Peril. So let's have a look and see what they can bring in to this map.
Yeah, it's going to be early A contact here for YZ. YZ is all the way up there. Pretty intimate space. You don't really expect someone to be up this early. I don't think they're going to check him. Oh my god, they're not going to check YZ. Smoggy's going to find a kill cross map. YZ finds the first one, looks for the second and finds 2 kills. Kank falls, fires 2 headhunters in response, but none of them find any purchase. It's quite challenging a sliding neon. CB falls, cast away, discarded like a piece of trash as Russia on site entering in a 4v2. YZ finds the third, looking for the fourth. Smoggy in garage. Oh, he's surrounded. It's Spike's in a really bad spot as well.
You know what the B in BLG stands for? The Bandit.
The
Bandit gaming coming in through. 4 kills delivered to the new gun. The team clearly comfortable using this one. I mean, that tuck from YZ is something that we see quite often in China with these Neon players, is taking a lot of space up on A and being some really aggressive. I'm surprised it's kind of not checked. I guess the timing is maybe where it is off the back of the stun. But for EDG just not to be fully on board yet is not something that they need to do, given especially how successful their attack can be. Start to swing something together. But once again, Thrifties can be caught.
Do you like this mid default that they're going for? Oh, that's a Bucky. Oh, Lord, that's a Bucky.
Why are you swinging that with the bucket at the head? The guys at the opposite side of the map, man. What are we doing? We're just giving EDG an opportunity to find something. Russia, at least here for now, gets the spray down on 2. And just as a little bit of hope fell into EDG's palms, it's ripped away vigorously. Spike isolated on C. I mean, I just don't know. I get that you get the first kill, right? And that maybe feeds your confidence a little bit. And I mean, maybe you suspect someone else is closer to the door. But once you swing that, you're facing like a motorway of traffic all the way down to try and find your next target. And at least for me, the Bucky doesn't deliver that.
Cart, please. We are back. The Bucky, the Bucky did a lot more damage than we thought it did. We are finally back. You can hear Malefia's voices as to be execute. Sam would like to say that this is a bad idea if you don't take any CT space. So CB's gonna find the first one, looking for the second. CB trades out YZ's kill on Kang as Smoggy's going. YZ's on a rampage here, finding 3 kills. Bianc spots the barrel, finds the kill. Smoggy drops the Vandal. Is BLG are now 3-0.
Yep, just like that. A really solid round from BLG. The defense starting to look really strong. The question marks that we had about how they'd be able to handle this are certainly being answered just now, and it's a lot down to this aggression that YZ's taking up on A, not affording any space to the likes of Kang to push up on, and then just fighting strong together. Another Thrifty converted.
I just read the YouTube chat, and we sound like male Killjoy and male Clove. So
yeah, I mean,
yeah. Hell yeah, I've never heard male Killjoy before.
Drone clears out a little bit of space. YZ now posted up with the Outlaw. Basically the eco-operator in tow. Doesn't know which angle to peek, which might just favour the side of EDG being able to walk up. You can see CB posted down below, ready and waiting to fight this one out.
And it's going to be this heavy A main contact. The thing I don't like about this is the lack of sewers pressure. But it is an A main contact. This is the typical idea. You see the Viper Molly flies late into CT, and the orb lands as well. As nobody finds one, but Bud finds two, looking for the third, but the CB shuts him down.
Outlaw finding another victim. A lot of aggression. The shotty out will be the final bullet to go into Chichu. Another round converted for BLG. 4 in a row. A dominant start to this side on Haven. Not what EDG would be hoping for. 4 was the best they got the last time on defense for EDG, so they really need to get some momentum going quickly if they want to try and save out this map.
Yeah, and that's 4 rounds as well. The 5th one is should be in theory your big ult round. So EDG calling the timeout a bit early when they get their rifles on board, then they get their rifles initiated. Things will be slightly easier. So, hey, whoa, hiding the EDG jacket, bringing the jacket there is pretty smart. If EDG wins, you just take the jacket off. If EDG loses, no one's gonna bother you because you can just walk away.
That was Simon, I believe, in the crowd, previously part of this EDG roster.
Yeah, and currently is competing in tier 2, I think. I think he was competing in tier 2, and he almost made it franchising with his roster as well. Simon actually almost doing the run back into VCTCN on a different roster. I forget. It starts with an A. It's not all gamers. Any questions? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so he had a chance to support his team. It seems like he's parted on good company. Still friends with a lot of the roster. So nice seeing him here support EDG's potential Master Santiago, or sort of booking their tickets to Master Santiago.
Yeah, right now that ticket looks like it might need to be refunded unless they can find something going on, and Kang will be the first one to try and save this before this map gets totally out of control. BLG, they're starting to stack up some money, starting to stack up some ultimates, and just like that, it's equalised. YZ afforded some space once again to grace off of the operator, but Bianc wanted to try and take a peek to see what was happening. Maybe a little bit over-eager to stretch this one out and get the information for the team. And Russia wants to drop out of garage, not expecting the Dom Toretto of Chichu to be there waiting to back up his familia.
And it's a C-pop. It's just the easiest C-pop in the world. When you get those double kill with the op on A, it shuts down that A hits entirely. As Kang finds the first kill on the lurk, still preparing for the second one. Fires a shot, turns around, and he turns around at the wrong time. As it's now YZ in a 1v4. Operator in hand and looking for the save.
Yeah, that's the only opportunity that can come out of it. You have nowhere really to get back into it. Taking down Kang at least is an extra body to the name, but in reality, op already gone. It's just a reassess and use this time to kind of figure out as a team what to do in the next round. It's an untechnical timeout, as we like to say, just to reassess situations as the save comes through. Don't need to get the coaches involved just yet. We can pause now. It's only one round.
4-1. I guess it didn't work. I don't know what the change was. I think it was just that C side of the map just completely fell apart. Honestly, because YZ I think did everything he needed to. Found those 2 opening kills. Even found the third kill onto Kang. The C side of the map falling apart entirely. I think is this Chichu's 2000th round played? Or is this his 2000th kill since franchising?
We'll wait on the translate coming through for that. Just to confirm. I like this position from the F above the smokes. Unfortunately, the Viper's Orb and follow-up smoke from Omen just blocks off too much, so won't be able to get a kill, but should just collect on nobody now, which makes it all worth it in the end as EDG look to transition over towards this A side. But there's 3 bodies ready and waiting to fight, and the drone commits and gets a kill. Paranoia will allow for some space to be taken, but in reality, the cages and smokes to follow will prevent. Smoggy takes the time to walk up and get a kill, but there's Bianc on site as always to collect a couple. Russia drops down from the heavens above, the godsend to put the final blow in this round and put BLG back into top.
Yeah, 5-1 in favor of BLG. That stat line that we saw, 2,000 total kills for Chichu. So the kills he got in that previous round where he's 2,000 killed, he was found his 2,001st kill this round. So
yep, the 4th player in VCTCN to do that is pretty impressive, you have to say.
Chichu's been an elite company. He's the 4th player to reach that milestone of 2K. So eyes on seeing who's going to be the 5th player. That's definitely a stat line that you should follow for VCT franchising.
Oh, at this rate, I wouldn't be surprised if YZ. Yeah. Chip damage at least.
Yep. Very slow. It's a very belabored A default from the side of EDG here. Chamber trip outside of C long to make sure no one can walk through. This is a very known high frag spot, that C lobby area. His YC is just dead still. Like a sniper, like holding his breath. Area movement to be seen. Sees the shoulder, finds the kill here and gets out.
He gets the one behind as well. CB lives for a moment but gets taken down, and there comes the smoke. They spam again. Like a tin of meat, it's opened up. And nobody, well, has so many to deal with. Gets dispatched, and BLG putting on a master clinic to this EDG side. Really questioning the confidence of EDG. This was a map that we've spoke about being their map. They get their attacking side, the side where they've put a run together so many times before. And right now, dropping 5 on the attack. Heading 6, I should say, at least. A tied half for BLG at the very worst, but right now you find a struggle to see where EDG pull anything together from. The one round coming in from an overstep from BLG. And it's a lot of question marks over this superstar roster.
One of the coaches said in an interview recently that this back-to-back is quite challenging as a format because you just don't have the time to make the adjustments you need to, right? So EDG has played in the last, let's say, 5 days, Haven twice, hypothetically. They won one Haven with one comp, but now they have footage of, now the enemy team has footage of what they play on Haven. So to make the adjustment and also do the prerequisite preparation time to make it work is going to be quite challenging, as that's a novel concept, using the Neon Fast lane to actually cover for the Omen TP to get into top sites and now actually infiltrate back sites. And like a spy or like a stone under the mattress, Smoggy's in a very uncomfortable position for BLG.
Cockroach that wants to be found does find its first kill, makes the chirping noise, and will just about be able to escape with their life. A little bit of damage chipped in at the end now that Spike's been placed down on A, but Rolling Thunder should get this site access back. The room key coming on in. Hunter's Fury as well, but it's going to be CB that takes the first point of contact. All players avoiding. Makes this retake a little bit difficult, a little bit gnarly, and it's the Guardian that comes up finding one. Bud's the superstar from before, struggles, and now you have Russia up in heaven alone. And EDG find a round that was never really there.
Spoke about in the pre-show how Chichu is going to be a big factor for EDG's success, and it's a start. I think they are finally coming into their own on how they set up these defaults, and they're setting it up quite intelligently. That's actually an insane piece of micro rather, to set up that fast lane, get Omen onto B, get Smoggy onto B, and then work towards A from there, knowing that if the B main fight goes well, then you can just snowball onto A and cut off the rotates. If it goes badly, you can just crunch into A link and kill the guys who are holding that A link area. So definitely a good piece of micro from EDG to influence the way that the macro played out. And potentially a 6-6 half. It's actually very possible if EDG continues to play this intelligently about how they're using their defaults. Is Russia's going to find the first one, hunting for Chichu, a gunfight, a very precarious stance, and the deal is death. Finds the first one, almost finds the second one to CB, but CB trades it out, ends the rampage.
Yeah, now you've got Neff kind of stuck on this island, nowhere to go. C has been taken, has been claimed. Hunter's Fury invested to try and deny the plant. Will it pick up a huge kill as well? A little bit of damage done to CB on the back of that. Tap on the spike to draw out the remaining players. The overdrive pop, the retake infestation starts. But it's a 2 versus 1, and it's going to be the side of EDG who once again stand the test of time, take the action, and win the round. Slowly by slowly, piece by piece. A little bit of action for EDG to find a respite.
I'm trying to figure out where fell apart for the side of EDG. Okay, well, there's not much you can do. I think they're a bit fragmented. BLG's a bit fragmented on that retake. There's one person playing on and 2 people playing off. So the only person who could actually influence change were all off site. So definitely intelligent look. I think this is, if you're an EDG fan, that's very encouraging. If you're seeing a team playing the macro that way. Having those staggered splits is finding a lot of purchase against this BLG side that is more prepared for just more coordinated hits or more synchronous hits.
Yeah, Kankan bringing this attacking operator. We know what Kankan can do with this gun in hand. See, they've been a little bit missing in action so far on this half. We need that superstar to step up to the plate, relieve some pressure on the team. Yeah, they're not playing the duelist, but we know they can be the one to take the fights, to take down the enemy. And as they head onto this A site, it's all 5 members of EDG that are pressuring it. A little bit of spam. The utility now coming into hand in hand to allow the site to be opened up, and it's EDG who are coming out on top. The dart reveals positions but cannot be held back. And as the retake comes in, it's all a bit too chaotic, one at a time, flooding through the doors. And as that happens, EDG will thank them for giving the opportunity to rescue this half as soon as they've seemed to have got to 6. It's been a little bit of a downhill fall for BLG. A timeout could just be about on the horizon.
Yeah, and it's you have to ask yourself, is this one of those things where you want to be... Are you content with 6 as the round, or do you feel like you're making a lot of unforced errors if you're the side of BLG?
I think you're more than ecstatic with 6 on a Haven attacking side, right? Especially when you look at previously how this attacking side of EDG has gone on the map. But when you're 6-1 up in any position, to then tie this out 6-6, you'd be a little bit hesitant to not suggest that they would have wanted more.
Yeah, I think that's. I think everyone's a bit. The BLG defense a bit missing in action. You know, they're not actually functioning at a level that they were functioning when they were 6-1 up. So they're trying to work through a bit of that awkwardness, and that timeout's potentially going to get us across the line there. Get us to at least 8-4 half if you're a BLG fan, but 6-6 is very on the horizon for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, they were finding a lot of success taking those early fights up on A main, not allowing EDG any space, and then when it came to retakes, especially when you look back in the history to Peril, it was a lot of 5 versus 5 retakes, or at least when it wasn't 5 versus 5, the team were fighting together. At this moment in time, it feels like BLG are one by one trying to intercept, one by one trying to make it happen, which is never going to work on Haven in particular. But this time, it's a fast push down C, trying to create some extra pressure, but with the garage shutdown coming in, C site now being pressured, it's just a fight for their lives on the site. Pressure from both sides, but ultimately the stronger guns will favour the side of EDG, and they have Russia trapped in this corner. Dispatched and dealt with properly, and Neff immediately follows through. Timeout definitely in for this round, where they have weapons to artillery and follow up on the backup plan.
Yeah, I think it's you're playing against the double controller plus a sentinel in chamber. So what oftentimes happens is you get caught by surprise from those sudden tempo changes. You know, they don't really have the initiation, and a lot of their initiation and movement is just through numbers and bodies alone. So you get caught unaware expecting util, you're playing for different anti-conditions, and it's just heads up gunfighting that oftentimes cause the death knell in teams' defenses. But the bell hasn't been rung yet. It's only 6-5, halftime on the horizon. But EDG looking capable. Dare I say, it's almost inevitable that they end up with the tied half if they keep playing this macro really, really well. Smolly gets caught top side, finds one into BNK. But Bud trades it out, throwing the salvos to try and dissuade any flood attempts. It looks like it's going to be a garage C split once again.
One by one, peeking into the ult with no utility, just trying to dry peek it is never going to work, especially when it's someone as talented as Kang. BLG, 6-1 lead, looking like a 6-6 is inevitable. As far as I was concerned, the fat lady was singing all hail Marys for this BLG side, but EDG pulled out the resuscitation, and she's back.
A bit ambitious. As the operator in hand, but I guess it's end of the half, so it doesn't really affect much. However, stats get padded for BLG, and nobody gets a cheeky little double to end off the half. 6-6 in favor of nobody. It's a tied game.
Stat padding at the end. The time was running out. You just have to be slightly concerned about what BLG are going to be thinking going into this half. Whether they have that mentality of thinking, look, we got 6, it's fine. Or if you start to be looking at the mental breakdown that could follow after losing those last 5 rounds. Not being able to really make any of them look convincing.
No, for sure. I think it's encouraging because you braced against the double duel. I think that's the one side effect of it. The only side effect is you are now playing on the opposite end of a double duel. You showed a level of aggression that they weren't anticipating. They have a lot more capacity with that chamber, with that neon. I'm counting chamber as a double duel for the purpose of this analogy. To just take a lot more of those advanced lines and contest the space and hard hold it with just their bodies alone. So the side of BLG has answers. They have the util. They can dissuade a lot of the peaks with good breach utility, good server utility, etc. Or they can just fall victim. They can just fall victim to it, and EDG just runs away with this map. Because they are currently, what, 5 rounds in the trot? From 6-1 to 6-6?
Yep, 5 rounds in a row. It's a rot for BLG. And the issue that I've got is that you flip this on to the defensive side, and if you start to allow EDG to build up any money, there's one player, Kang in particular, we've mentioned so many times. Give the man a sniper and you will rue that day. Well, what's good on Haven? Long sights for a sniper to peek down. C main and A main could become a graveyard for Kang's opponents. BLG need to find a way to keep the momentum that they had at the start of the map into this attacking side, and at least now it should be the stronger side for them. And it's going to be a quick hit over onto C, not allowing EDG any information elsewhere.
Yeah, it's very pacey. Pacey is the look, because it's a 5v5 post plant here. Because BNK is going to plant the spike here. Still a lot of util in pocket for the side of Billy, and all the util on the side of EDG is still a factor.
You're waiting for the timing to come in to flood in together as a team. Something that BLG probably could have took note of on how to retake. And here it comes. The first couple of bloods actually favouring into towards a tie as Russia is the one to leave Kang alone. But with 1 HP, Russia's going to have to try and play from garage, peek off of the contact of his teammate on site on Bianc. He should have timing to play around. And a huge 4K for Bianc, for Russia, sorry. Secures that round. The Cypher player maybe taking note of Rukashu's style of play.
Yeah, very frag heavy, very I'll do it myself. Lots of levels of independence from Russia, and high showing. Russia got an ace, I think, the last series they played, playing Cypher on Haven. So very confident. Very confident, very high level of confidence rather out of Russia, out of the Sentinel player. Let's see if that continues going into this half. Oh my days.
You know, I don't mind the thought from Kang. It's a pistol anyway. Try and take away that A space, which, I mean, really, despite dropping the body, it has taken away that A space. It's been quickly cleared out by EDG. Nobody already walking so far up into spawn. You have this BLG side trapped. You know exactly where they're going. Information are given. But that kill maybe equalises the sport up a little bit, makes it a little bit fairer, with an opportunity to reassess where this hit eventually ends up in.
Is it? Are they selling a try? They try to sell an A fake, or they just C by circumstance? I think they're trying to sell a C fake. No, they're trying to sell some kind of fake across the map.
I don't think they know what they're doing.
I don't think they know what they're doing either. They went garage. I thought they were going to go C. Now they're going to go A because Russia has all that space. Okay, it was a B something.
Yeah, they just
ends up working as what?
That's a pretty nice spray. I mean, fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'll have it. That's fine.
Yeah, I think they were maybe a little bit concerned that a player could still be on A. You knew that you had all that B space. Russia was obviously in spawn, so you had a... I just want to see that spray again. My God, that must have been so low. Like, there's no way that the Stinger, my Stinger doesn't do that, at least at distance. But fair enough, clearly been scrimming with NA to master the Stinger from there. But now we get to see EDG with guns in their hand, right? It doesn't really matter what happened in that last round. You can equalise it back up right here, right now. Start to build an economy and at least get some ults closer to rolling through.
Oh, that's a precarious jump spot. Smoggy falls, that's half your smoke, that's half your controller's gone. Stun being prepped, the aftershock or the ult line being prepped as anti-flood. But they might have taken too long here. Might have taken too long for the execute.
The sidestep of the aftershock makes this a little bit difficult. 3 versus 2. Bianc had to do it all on site. But a little bit too much to ask for. Russia has to go huge, has to recreate the pistol round. The angle's being held as Chichu just adds to the death tally that they're creating on VCT CN. The C hit that maybe you thought was going to be successful is thwarted quite easily, to be honest.
Yeah, they find this really massive pick. I think they took too long. In all honesty, they killed the controller. They just need to get out there, I think. The side of BLG. They did so well in that early phase of the round. They just waited way too long. And as a result, that's the type of defense you're going to see out of this double controller side, right? The heavy flood. You just smoke for long enough to get onto sites, and then you just hold. Then you just flood onto site and create problems.
A lot of conditioning being done by BLG, making EDG think that the C is the only viable option. I'd like to see them try and probe elsewhere to show that they can attack on the other side. So far, not really applied any pressure despite, I mean, what, 1 kill over on towards A in the previous rounds against Kang. He's repositioned. He's going to peek out and try and take this fight. Nobody wants to peek in, but nope, it will be Neff to fall down. Makes things a little bit trickier for this BLG side, who are seemingly happy to play at a slower pace.
Yeah, a bit of a snail's crawl. There's this side with the double initiator does want to be playing a lot of contact because you don't want to use your util too early, in case you might need it for the side pop. So a bit telegraphed here is. He's gonna find this kill. I think that's an angle you don't expect your Neon to be at. That's why caught unawares. Kang finds one and CB closes it out.
It's just an absolute spray down on the site when it comes through. It's what happens when you lose your controller before you make any space on site. And I just really do think it comes down to not probing elsewhere. We're 5x5 walking up, trying to take space together, which yes, can work when you death ball, but you kind of need it to be a little bit faster paced, right? The defense doesn't have to move right now because you've not created the illusion that you're going anywhere else. And I think when you factor into the Haven playstyle, you do need that player that can lurk up and take a fight. But right now, you're just walking into a confident EDG side, resurgent, that's just going to mow you down one by one.
Yeah, very, very confident. I think CB, the APM of CB to turn that flash, re-swing into that angle, and then punish them for contesting was actually elite levels, right? That's the level of mechanics we expect if you're an EDG fan and you're expecting them to make some kind of comeback here.
It's a kind of a force buy as well, so we were looking for something to happen. Moggy's positioning will just allow EDG all the information on where this attacking side is going. And now has them trapped, has them in their crosshair, dispatching one by one. Eventually they all fall, and EDG, despite being 6-1 down, now lead the scoreline. And on a half where they've traditionally struggled with this composition to get rounds, they're certainly putting them together one by one.
That's insane. Oh, we're in for a long game here. I can sense it. I can sense it. These two teams are swinging for the fences, and I think the coaches are understanding this as well. The severity of the situation we find ourselves in, because we went from 6-1, if you're BLG, 6-1 half, to 6-6, and now to 8-9. We've somehow lost the round, or we lost our lead in not as many rounds, right? So going into the next phase of this game, you need to, I think, speed up. I think BLG for sure needs to speed up. They need to bring up the tempo a bit, because that's when players like Rusia can actually fulfill those lurks that they want to go for. I think they're just so hesitant of the operator that what they're doing is actually playing into the operator, because the operator thrives on contacts. It thrives on the slow plays, and the only way to beat it is to speed up, is to rush. At least contest those zones that the operator has, respect for, the space that you're respecting because an operator exists.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to use util to force that operator off. I mean, Kang not even having the best of games. The rest of the team's able to drag through on this one. Some question marks over Kang's ability to play chamber. Remains confusing, just considering the positions he likes to play, the type of Valorant that gets played under Kang. And I do like this, right? Disrespecting the smoke happy just to keep pressuring it out. Now you've got BLG thinking they've created an illusion of pressure over towards A, but it's insta-cleared, it's insta-fleshed out that there isn't going to be anyone there. And now you can just allow Smoggy to have an easier fight, not be unexpected on this site.
Oh, he gets found. He gets caught by the running thunder. Does the flood come through? There's a playback site. Notif's gonna pop, finds the first one. And YC manages to keep the spread under control, but CB has done his own damage. EDG has done their own kind of damage. YC left on an island all alone as EDG close it out. These floods are insane. These floods are actually really, really good. The minute the side execute goes, that minute that first kill comes, 3 kills come immediately afterwards. So good efforts, genuinely good effort from the side of EDG to just consistently manage to get into these really pivotal spots for denying hits. Okay, that's how that happened. Chichu finds 2 kills there. We didn't mention Chichu in the beginning about how if Chichu performs, then EDG has a lot more success, and Chichu is performing. This seems like a Chichu masterclass.
A little bit of a crazier TP right there from Smokey. I'm not too sure what the thinking was, but it seems like BLG are just going to flank themselves back into what they're traditionally failing to do, and it just, to me, looks like they're running slightly out of ideas. We'll prod on to C at the start and then try and pivot elsewhere. This drone takes all the illusion away that mid control is in theirs, but Kang now maybe getting a little bit too confident, walks down and opens up B a little bit. It's going to be a fight on site, but nobody is here. Fights into the overdrive and gets 1 kill, but BNK and Russia are there to equalise, leaving this in a 3 versus 2. BLG finally have things in their favour. The spike goes down. Hunter's Fury to play off the back if they want to play the post plant, but need to try and clear out extra space first.
Yeah, 3v2 in favour of BLG here, as they're in very isolated positions here. CB and Smoggy potentially have a way to play into this round. Risha's going to shut that down immediately. 3 kills for Risha as Bud finds the final one on Smoggy. I don't think it's stabilized yet. I think they found 1 success. How many more successes can they get? But the score is currently 9-10 in favor of EDG.
I think it's a bit reminiscent of how BLG's defense started to fall apart. Think back to that round where it was a walkout of Garage and then not really thinking that there could be extra pressure off the back of it. A slight misplay, a misstep. Maybe getting a little bit greedy, pushing off the back of it. Let's see if they can either capitalise and force EDG to continue making a mistake like that, or if EDG just fall back into normality and hold on through.
Yeah, A main defaults, we've seen this time and time again, so it's traditionally with this comp you won't be just contacting to it, but Rish is taking a lot of initiative here actually. Walking through, he doesn't want to stay in the pit for too long, but getting into the pit as early as possible does allow you the opportunity to potentially find that Viper. Viper's gonna get pinged here as Bud's gonna drop him, and so does the Viper's pit. Smoggy in a really precarious situation, gets found, traded immediately, only 1 kill for his troubles. 4v3 in favor of BLG.
Hunter's Fury really opened that up. Next position is able to catch CB off guard, and now it's a pinch, 1 from each side in the smoke with the operator. Maybe not the gun you want to be walking out with, and the headhunter comes out, doesn't find the head, but at least a body which will fall to the floor, and now Kang left alone in a 1 versus 3. Won't find any success, and BLG find an avenue back into this matchup. And you have to say, I felt like they really navigated that Viper's pit well, that the Hunter's Fury really opened up space for them.
Yeah, I think it was on the back of Russia's sort of expeditious entrance into the smoke, because you heard Chichu walking away from the smoke. So the minute he hears that, he's like, oh, okay, Viper's towards the right side. Really good ping off that first ulti, and EDG or BLG found a way to equal out this game.
Can they continue the momentum forward? It's a tour de force online for Kang. The camera will alert the team's position. Caged off the path for now, but as that dissipates, it leaves an opportunity for Kang to re-aggress, but chooses to play the back angle. Gets droned out, so has to just respect it for now. But with this sight hit continuing to walk down onto A, you feel like you could just be feeding into this player.
Oh, what a shot.
Blinded up, TP'd off. Chichu holding down the force on site as well, and 1 by 1, BLG will walk out to their doom. Just as you thought they were maybe starting to put things together, the Jenga tower falls down, pulled apart. Just need to hope for BLG's sake that there's a piece remaining at the bottom to hold them together for now. Complete collapse could be monumental.
It feels like a match made in heaven. Kang on Chamber, right? The fact that he has such a prolific mastery of the operator as a weapon, and having an agent that has that level of mastery on it, is Kang finds another one.
Yeah, that's the perfect example of it. Able to take aggression and retreat, and all of a sudden, EDG, 2 bodies away from finding themselves on map point. Make that one. Bud gets put down. The dog sent to the park. The farm is waiting for BLG as EDG are closing out their own map pick to take this 1-1. And I think you're perfectly right. Like, we've seen Kang maybe get sort of, what's the word? Get put down on his own aggressive playstyle there, but starting to make it work in his own hands.
And 2,000 kills to Smoggy as well.
Are they just all going to get 2,000 kills in this game?
Just all the series, everyone gets 2,000 kills. A collective 10,000 kills in this one map. On this one team.
I mean, a staple in VCT China for a reason. They've been known for their firepower. At least made a little bit of space over towards B for BLG. And EDG want to close in once the utility's been put in.
Burrington is going to be committed, yes. Oh, full stand up as nobody finds one. Risha all alone and there's no hope as Cheetah closes it out and EDG tie up the series, 1-1.
Yeah, EDG get on their scooter, find a way to a victory. It was looking doom and gloom, but here we are, 1 apiece. Teams cannot be separated.
Thoughts on the series? EDG looked very hot towards the end, towards the last half of the first half. That second quarter of the game, basically. When the score was 6-1, there was a mentality shift. I think EDG realized how possible it became when it became 6-4 and they forced that one time out. And then the minute it became a 6-6 half, the entire game became EDG's game, and BLG just couldn't buy their way back into this. They couldn't piece together the rounds, and this is one of the side effects of picking the comp that they are picking. It's so solved. It's so formulaic, so solved. People have been seeing that for arguably the last 2 years. So you're playing against the counter that you're very, very, very familiar with.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to put question marks on BLG's attacking side. You would have always felt that they'd be capable to put up more numbers than they were. It felt like they played into EDG's hands a little bit, especially after such a dominating start. Just a little bit disappointed, at least EDG are able to regain confidence after they would have felt like they had peril in their grasps as well. Could be feeling that the series could be 2-0 to them.
But it is a long series. It's a best of 5, so there's still plenty of time for mental reset. Arguably, there's enough time for another mental collapse, technically. You could completely go 1-2 or 2-1 and then still rally back. So, no, nothing too... confidence in favor of EDG is probably very, very high in making a comeback like this. And confidence is probably not shaken because you're allowed to have that one map in the best of 5 where you just don't perform as well as you would like to. But keeping in mind, BLG is still awfully close. They brought it to within, I think, 2.
Yep.
Before EDG just ran away and tapped this ball over the line. So.
Yeah, I mean they head to Abyss up next. It'll be an interesting one. But before we get there, we have the team comms.
没有，前点小心，前点左手小心，我要加一大这个缝。你只能带万智玩了，我看不了你。我来，我跟你讲，这一把直接爆 A 都能赢。我去小门，可爆！我跟你去，我跟你去。算了，把刀就留着了，把刀就留着了，我要。看着我。对，就爆 A 就赢了，把刀就留着了。爆 A 万智开个大，行吗？把半线垫一垫。我知道，小刀不要去人了，他小刀半线处理不了，我只能处理 A 大的。好了，我到了，我自己玩一下，没打给烟了。 他正一直没交，我开个飞机，你们什么道具都别交行吗？好，然后把2时间内特爆。垫，电钮。没事，别动。来，启动，你再玩路给烟。 ，A 抢没有，加拉姆的，楼下补了，干咋了？还有一个
30秒，
还有一个牛，两个都在，下出来了，还有一个你，漂亮，下包吗？
Smoggy lights up the scoreboard with a 91% cast. So kills, assists, survived or traded, survived 91% of all rounds this game. Or he had a contribution in 91% of all rounds. So very big player. Smoggy was one of the players who contributed towards that that micro set piece that I was so enamored by, the wall and the TP on top. So it makes sense. He found kills in all the different varieties. He found them in the pack while trading. He found them individually while on like an island like that. So definitely a well-earned match MVP or map MVP for Smoggy. The solo site anchor for EDG.
Yeah, I think this is where you get to see EDG really shine, is that often you expect it to be one particular player standing out, but it's really spread out throughout the whole team in terms of who that player is going to be. You don't have like an ass-bass situation of just avoid this one player. You've got the whole team are capable of holding everything down themselves and providing a huge impact. And yes, while that's replicated across on the side of BLG, this time they were unable to get it over the line. Can't make this a clean lower final run for them, but they still have an opportunity. So do EDG on that hand. As we tied up at one apiece, EDG keep themselves fighting in. You can see only one thrifty this map, which is probably the biggest shock to all, given where both of these teams were planted before. And I think for me, what's most impressive is seeing that EDG is 5 out of 5 on the post plants.
Yeah, that stands out to me as well, but because the numbers were seemingly in favor of BLG for most of the game. They had 12 first bloods, but they couldn't convert as many post plants as the side of EDG could. So definitely a lot more team coordination. I think EDG does find a lot of comfort on playing on Haven specifically. So to see 5 out of 5 post plants means there's an equal amount of denied post plants. Yeah, it doesn't actually factor in how many rounds just ended before they even got to post plant. So
yeah, well, I think when BLG are kind of swinging one by one, it makes it a little bit easier to deal with, and failure to get the spike down as well makes it a little bit interesting. BLG need to lick their wounds quite quickly before they get put down by this EDG side, who, after kind of looking kind of lackluster, have certainly found their way up in this matchup so far.
Yeah, definitely. EDG turned up at the end, and BLG, like I mentioned, is still a long series. They still have the potential to turn on the afterburners and come back on a burst, but that's a tale for another time. That's a cast for another map. So we'll be back with you guys after the break.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better lay
Welcome back, everyone, to the lower grand finals brought to you by Project Horizon in collaboration with VCT CN for spot at Master Santiago of Kickoff. So big games. I think today's going to be a beatdown drag out sort of series. Is BLG won map 1, which was Pearl 13, I think 11, and then also EDG just won Haven 13-10 to bring this tied series onto Abyss. I am once again Wriggle. I'm joined today by Veggie, and we are going to be the voices in your head for the next hour and a half, more or less.
The chaotic voices. It was 13-9 on Peril, just to keep us all on the right path, which is an interesting one when you think we've went 13-9, 13-10, Abyss 13-11, and then split. Are we going to go into overtime? It's probably the only way that this one gets sold out properly, but historically for Billy, this has been a map where, like we said on Haven for EDG, that's their home whelp. Billy love to be playing on Abyss. Have victors against this EDG squad on this map already. And I mean, it's no real surprise of where we head to in terms of agent-wise. Kang back onto the favour of Jet. CB continuing just to one trick and main that Yoru agent. And it just seems that BLG cannot get out of this breach mentality, forever stuck wanting to pick up this agent. And honestly, I don't think it's the worst on Abyss, but I don't think it's the strongest for sure either.
I think this is a heavy post-plant side. I think you want to be playing a lot of just brawling into these zones. You want to be playing a lot of get this fight down as fast as physically possible. If you have this BLG side, like you mentioned, that double duelist, I think I have concerns because Kang looked best when he was on Chamber. I have concerns about putting Kang back on that duelist role where he's expected to take those opening frags and a lot of the teams depend on his success. So that's the only thing that brings me some kind of pause. How does Kang and CB work together to make sure that Kang isn't just the only individual that's functioning on this team?
Yeah, well, I think you can you can ask pretty similar questions across to the side of BLG. Playing that single wheelie can be troublesome to create any extra space. If that first kind of assault on the site fails, you've not really got anyone to back it up afterwards. But as we head into this map, all these questions are going to be answered.
匹配成功。
Yeah, map 3 of the lower grand finals, BLG 1, EDG 1. The map is Abyss, deep in a cave somewhere, as these teams are going to have to dig deep in their reserves to see if they can eke out a bit more of an advantage in this series. Their series points on the line, Master Santiago tickets on the line, as looks like we're starting with a B hit.
Yeah, both teams looking to get a little bit of daylight in their adventures. The take-home missiles forces the reposition, but if anything, it just helps CB's crosshair planted onto BNK's head. YZ will follow that up with a quick trade, but as the fight continues on mid, it's a back-off retreat from CB. Doesn't want to give up too much space, put their team in a disadvantaged position, and instead will regroup. Kang and Chichu posted for this B hit. The rest of EDG wandering from A, and it's Kang with that sheriff who stops this for now.
Oh, continues to stop it, finds 2 kills before popping that tail burst and getting out of there. Has another one in pocket as Spike dropped in a really precarious situation. Risha hyper aware of the fact that they might be someone flank, as it's 4v2 in favor of EDG.
She knows that there's a number that hasn't been spotted. There's the first one that's not been spotted. Paranoia comes in to try and clear a little bit of extra space. Does hit nobody. And here comes the layers of the flank. Could catch a timing here on Neff. Peeks out, but the timing favours BLG's side, but they are very much trapped in. But Russia is doing so well to create this extra space that has opened up the opportunity for Neff to climb up a high and finish this round on a high. From what looked like desperation, suddenly it's inspiration.
Oh no, not like this. Oh no, not like this. Okay, so the reason why I'm so trepidatious is because EDG's major problem the last time these two teams met on Abyss was throwing away high body situations, and there's a pit when I counter throw away, it counts as anything that's like 2 up, you know, just a round where you are basically guaranteed to win if you play as safe as physically possible. They started in the 4v2. They were literally 3 kills down. They literally killed 3 people, and they still found a way to lose this round. So EDG does need to be hyper aware of that. Try not to throw away those early advantages because they're very proficient at getting them.
Timing on Heaven could just play it advantageous for Chichu, but instead it's BLG who come out on top once again, keeping the number game in their favour. Rusha has spotted out nobody. That's the player, not the name. And now the shots come through, the bodies get collected, Bud starts to roll up the ult orbs to get on to that Rolling Thunder closer. And I mean, once again, it starts off a little bit dangerous, but BLG stabilise quickly and secure the round.
Yeah, I think that round was more, I would ascribe that round more to BLG playing it well than EDG throwing, right? BLG is actually putting themselves in really good spots. They're getting enough, I would say, penetration onto the site, like getting enough distance onto the site where they're not just fighting out of one choke, they're fighting from multiple different fronts. So if BLG can keep this up, especially on those B takes, we're going to see a very speedy series. But EDG can easily rectify this. They have made the appropriate adjustment, balancing into this 2-on-2.
Yeah, Kang trying to fight out for mid, get smoked off. Lambert and Butler can't see through this one. The spark to ignite. Nothing quite to be seen. CB worried that another B hit could be coming, so sends that TP across, the gate crash ready and prepared. Drone actually spots out nothing there either, allowing Kang to be a little bit more aggressive and try and retake some space, but BLG happy just to pause temporarily.
Oh, shots fired, but nothing finds purchase. Chichu finds one into Bud. And a massive kill, Kang as well. There's 3 kills, 4 kills up. Wisey finds the only kill for BLG, looking to find another, but Choo-Choo looking to play spoiler, gets spoiled instead. Why is he looking for damage here? This is a bonus. Whoa, okay. I see you, CB, I see you.
Dash across, spoiled like milk. Goes off in the end. EDG able to rescue that round. Got that touch and go for momentarily, but as the sight hit came through, it was always going to end up in one way.
That looks even crazier from his point of view. That's an insane shot. Eyes on CB, he's been relatively quiet. He was relatively quiet the last series. Couldn't find as much value as he would have liked to. He was one of the worst performing players on EDG the previous matchup. So to see CB landing shots like that, potentially that's the X factor. Maybe CB comes into this. Maybe he'll be the catalyst for EDG success going into this as the series gets more and more mature.
Speculation to accumulate is what needs to happen. Stunned out, Choo-Choo. Can't move past dice. No gambling. No able to push out. But it's going to be Kang again, who dances through this squad, picking up bodies to the name. And as Choo-Choo collects more, this BLG side just might have met their match. The doom to fall through. Russia gets one, but it's not going to be anywhere near enough as EDG starting to feel a little bit of confidence, a little bit of tension running through. Ice in the veins for now. It's cool as a cucumber.
And the duelists have lit up on EDG. Kang and CB finding a lot of value in the last couple of rounds. Is they're also playing for that heavy flood style. I don't know if you noticed. They're not even letting the spike get down before the retake starts. They're just constantly swinging through it, which accounted for the previous 5 and 5 retakes, 5 out of 5 retakes, because every other retake didn't actually happen. It was a snowball for that first kill. So EDG playing this very, very well. Outlaw in hand is Kang.
Yeah, well, peak, well, fighting 2 kills for free. Able to retreat as the backup on site, mows the rest of them down, and it might as well have just been a jump off from the map, because as soon as the round started, it was basically over. No Thrifty to be converted here, and that's probably what we're looking for a little bit more.
I want to see. Okay, you got them both at the same time. I'm trying to figure out how you got that double kill, but yeah, definitely. I think it's expected value why you don't jump off the map. I think they expected to get slightly more value out of that side pop and potentially more creds if they try to commit, stick with it and go for the plant. As Kang's on the wrong side of the map, still has Outlaw in hand, but CB potentially going to get anxious here. Getting a bit antsy, looking for any advanced contact. The smoke is good because it dissuades the side pop because you have to swing through the smoke for the execute to happen. But next going to find the first one. Onto Smoggy as CB's going to TP out here.
TP back away, gets back to safety, allows for a flood retake to come in with the team. Rolling Thunder invested just to deal with nobody to allow this space on having to be taken, and it will collect for one, but it's a back-for-back trade that happens to keep this one 2 apiece. Kang, nice little set play off the map, but the knives do miss as Bud takes Kang for a walk off the leash, and now CB in a 1 versus 1 up against Neff. Uses the dimensional drift to clear onto site, gate crash out, identifies where the body is, will now come out of it, fakes a gate crash, has to fight on site, but this one way should be the death of him, and rightly so it will be, as Neff plays it perfectly and secures another round for BLG.
That was very explosive. It was actually a very explosive hit. I thought they were going to have the same read as EDG, where I figured that they were going to actually play for B again, because B has been the one that's been the most stable. That flash is crazy. I think Bud caught I think Bud sent the flash from heaven, and that's why Kang's knives missed. Kang was full flashed when he was midair, so
yeah.
I think Bud sent it like an insane flash all the way through there to actually blind up Kang. Tight game. The rounds are just very pacey, it feels like. It feels like there's no second or third re-hits or re-clears. It's just go forward for like full face this, but I think that's what happens when you don't have that sentinel role. the round speed up significantly because lack of sight clearing Gitzel that you need to worry about.
Russia at least catches the wandering steps of CB this time. YZ in a great position to shut this down. Smoggy, Smoggy.
Oh no! Oh no!
Trying a TP play but missed the setup, and YZ just as confused. Where you going, bro? Does he realise that the map is still to be played out? And now Kang left in a 1 versus 4 has to just save this one until the next.
Oh no, and the worst part about it is we have replays, so we're gonna see his POV. We're gonna see what happened. Not like this. Not defeated by the smallest hop.
I love Abyss, man. See, when you see clips like this, it genuinely just makes everything so much nice to watch.
Yeah, it allows me to use words like accidental defenestration. Like accidentally jumped off the map. Oh no!
I love it so much.
It's worse than we thought.
Oh dear.
Oh,
Into
no.
cosplay from the Team Alpha, Team Omega Creator Showdown just the other day. But it gives BLG a chance to keep themselves in this fight up.
Good kill from Kang. Similar spot that he's finding value from the last series as well. Looking for the second as he gets light speed dashed on top of. Why is he now in the smoke? Saturates. Nobody's full saturated. Slowed down to an untenable degree. This is currently a 4v3 in favor of BLG. Looks like it's a B hit as well.
They're able to just pause, but EDG do have some information that it's at least not A with how far out they've walked. They're able to start setting up some traps to pinch together. But a lot of space needs to be cleared on mid first.
Oh, very dangerous position here for Russia. Russia goes big. His gun model obfuscates CB there. Couldn't see him because of the position of his gun. The dark is from the shadows gets committed. CB goes huge, finds the first one. And it's a race to A site. Does Bud get there before Smoggy? A bit of delay, but he potentially can get plant down. Takes 4 seconds to get plant down. Spike's coming down, but Smoggy about to peek. And 3, 2, 1, bang! Finds it onto Bud as CB goes huge, finding that mid kill, that transitory kill on the rotate to A. Gives them enough time to actually rotate over and play the round as need be. But Kang once again getting those first bloods, getting a lot of those first kills for EDG. Doing the hard work that no one wants to, and it is not a thankless job as he wins his team the round.
Yeah, redemption from the last round makes up for the mistake. You have to feel a position that BLG will be ruined the day that they let that round slip through their hands. Gives EDG just chances and chances to stay in. But the money situation all round for both teams is looking pretty grim. EDG on top in terms of ult economy wise. They'll be feeling pretty good with how this half is going.
So what I'm hearing is there's correlation to jumped off the map versus rounds won.
So far, can't argue too much against it. Clutch up moments, 100% if you jump off the previous. Until someone else does it, we have no further data to assess it with.
Oh, so what you mean to tell is that we should tell VCTCN to tell someone to jump off the map right now, just for our little think piece, our thought experiment.
Well, like you say, have to throw it in the hat if you want to find out. Sometimes the hard experiments give the best results. But so far, this experiment has been a little bit of a failure in mid for BLG. Had created a little bit of pressure, so EDG have to focus their attention into heaven above ropes while the rest of the BLG squad progress up A main.
This is a very tricky spot for CB. Oh, but he has the smoke. Oh, this is actually insane. He has the smoke to play with. CB potentially looking to go huge here. Special delivery stuns him up as BMK finds CB there. They were able because of the jump spot, I think. Spams through the smoke, finds the first one. Trying to look for the second one. Yeah, is Chichu, CT all alone. Triple swing and almost a jump shorty for his troubles. Kankang's gonna find 2 kills here, 3 kills on the round. Looking for the 4th. Shots fired, doesn't find it quite yet. Swaps the gun to the Phantom. It's one way off. Kankang in a very precarious situation. Lots of targets, target-rich environments as Rusha closes it out.
Yeah, got a little bit dicey, got a little bit nervous, but ultimately, Rusha from above always wins out in these situations. And I feel like the Astra smoke probably gave away CB's position in that situation, right? There's no real reason for that smoke to be there, otherwise you're trying to hide something. It's one of those where it can either be a wonder player that's stupendous and giving away the thoughts.
Yeah, I think I think it's just too different. I think that's the main thing. It looks too different from what they were normally expecting. CB also didn't help matters by trying to jump up, to poke his head and see if he can find any damage there. But the side of BLG has been playing this really excellent macro game. I was stunned at the insistence of fighting mid there.
Yeah,
EDG has done this before.
Kang will have to go back to watching some Hell's Kitchen to figure out how to use the knives. 2 for 2, 0 and 2 more like. Idiot sandwich being yelled at through the screen. But as this site hit has kind of made its way over towards B, Smoggy, MVP of last map, can do a lot to prevent it. The shorty will find them, however. And now CB all alone. So much to do. I was going to say so little to do with it, but actually finds 1 kill. Gets an outlaw for his troubles. And now we'll be able to peek, but as long as BLG play this one smartly, there shouldn't really be an avenue in. Smokes to cut off the positions. Astra Stars for the post plant. Untenable position for now, so just backs off and chooses to take the outlaw into the next.
Is it a smart save? Saving the outlaw? You're on penultimate round, basically. This is round 6 or round 10. You have an outlaw on round 11, which means you have an op on round 12. Does it make sense to be saving this, or instead damage would have been... He is playing for exits. Okay. Yeah, he's not just saving the outlaw in its entirety. He is playing for some kind of exit.
I would have minded it. You give the outlaw to the likes of Kang, who we know can cause a lot of problems, and I mean, there's multiple set plays around chip damage followed by a shot to the leg, etc. But as they fall down, already had dimensional drift, so no alt orb gained. If anything, you've given some orbs across to BLG.
So for timeout, another round 11 timeout. Actually, I think all the timeouts have come at round 11. Oh no, I'm wrong. The one came at 6-1, so round 7 or round 8 rather. Because I think they're trying to salvage these halves, because we're on track for the 3rd 6-6 half for the series. So trying to salvage these halves every single round matters, and EDG committing their first one, especially when I think you're in such a dire strait that you almost saved an outlaw. You kind of be wanting to make that adjustment as soon as physically possible. Give yourself an even game, so then going into second half, where it seems like EDG are second half players for sure. They just have more staying power as the game goes on, it seems, than BLG, and that potentially is their way in. Potentially it might be their way in, because EDG has consistently called these sort of late half timeouts in preparation for the last 2 to give them a fighting chance.
Yeah, I mean, substantial improvements from the last time these two met on this defensive side for EDG. 2 rounds was all they could commit to last time, so doubled up the tally. Will buy them some extra time to show off some attacking prowess for sure. And I mean, all you can ask for is progression, map by map, series by series. So far, I feel that they might just have enough in the bank to make this map their own.
Very quiet A main hit here. They're playing for this contact. CV potentially going huge here. See, spots one, doesn't get out. Spots one and gets out, actually. Hunter's Fury committed. She's just going to find one to Rusha. The double lurk is there, and nobody's going to find BNK with these Hunter's Fury.
Probably some chip damage done to YZ and Bud as well. Kind of forces them back. A pause for now. This drone will reveal the position is still being held. You have to feel BLG don't really have anywhere else to go bar here just now. What CB's intentions might have been to jump across, but instead it's just going to be allow this BLG to swing one by one into the willing hands of Kankang. Something that you never want to do. It only ends in one situation, and that's Kankang feasting upon the bodies of his enemies, leaving them rotting for the vultures above.
So they're playing a very standard response to this defense. So we often talk about the default from attacker side. Sometimes defender side also has their standard default, right? So this is more reactions of how they perceive the round that they want to play out and how is it going to play out. So, for example, they anticipated an A default of sorts, so they have Russia playing for that early mid contest to challenge the enemy Astra. Swaggy's gonna find one almost immediately. Kankang finds it, almost dashes off the map for his troubles as well. Rolling Thunder's gonna get committed. Kankang in midair, skeet shot immediately out, hits the ground like a rock. As CB floods into sight, finds 2 kills. 1v2 is a 2v0 as EDG once again tie up the game, 6-all.
Pretty smooth for EDG, not giving BLG any chance in that round. Knew that there was going to be a lot thrown at it, so took the game to them. And I think Kankang has been a consistent aggressor on that B side. Always willing to take the first fight. And pretty much coming out on top every single time. Keeps winning these gunfights. Keeps BLG in a wraps.
Yeah, that's the third 6-6 half for the series. What is that an indication of? What do you think? Do you think it's an indication of how close these teams actually are? Do you think it's a matter of big game players showing up on big game days? What's your hypothesis as to why it's 6-all this entire series?
Well, I think traditionally when you have setups from teams that have played so many times in recent history, right? We mentioned they've played each other twice, stage 2, met earlier on in this kickoff tournament. Both teams had so little change to the roster. BLG only with Bud, then obviously now being forced into playing with. Oh, my mind's just gone completely blank. Bianc instead of K-Knight. So, but it's a player that is traditionally played on BLG as well. EDG haven't changed much. The teams know exactly what's coming up against each other. They know what to expect, and when you get repetition of sets, you kind of get closer and closer results.
Yeah, I think for sure this is one of the stronger rivalries in the CN region. It is historically been very BLG favored, but EDG definitely putting up a good showing here, making this game very competitive. And I think a big part of it is experience, right? I think a lot of these teams have been in these depths, and with the different changes, and I think a different gameplay style. This is a completely different style of Valorant that we're seeing maybe a year ago. This very flood heavy defense from the side of EDG has been finding them a lot of value on these flood heavy maps such as Haven and now Abyss. So let's see if they can keep this up. As similar pistol, 3 shots, 3 kills from YZ with the Sheriff at long range.
Yep, triple stacked, triple bodied. That's all you need to do, and just like that, EDG's first attacking round falls to a halt. Yeah. Still a chance though. I mean, A's been opened up ever so slightly. If nobody can get over to there, you could potentially get the plant down. Chichu can still be a menace in from mid.
But if the side of BLG chooses to play this round as I would like it, it would be a pretty standard affair, you know, not giving too many fights. Why is he? I mean, he's allowed to. He's got the first 3. He's about 60% of the reason why this round is the way it is. Looking for the 4th, and yeah, there you go. Now we chill. Now we calm down. You give them spike plants or whatever, that's fine. You have the numbers. Numerically, it makes the most sense for you guys to just be waiting for them to play the game. She's just going to find a first go with the Sheriff as BNK trades out Chichu.
Well, that smoke opens up a door for nobody to walk through, but it's slammed shut back in his face. Nobody's home. You shall not pass. No entry here. Maybe got a little bit tough. I think dealing with Chichu in mid at that moment in time was a necessary win factor for the round. Not dealt with, it could have came back to haunt, but ultimately success follows.
That's another pistol. I think that's 4 or that's 6 for 6 pistols. I don't think EDG has won a single pistol this round or this series. I think BLG has won basically all the pistols. I stand to be corrected though. It's definitely double pistol for this map and double pistol for Pearl. So I don't think EDG is struggling with like finding value on those first pistols. Is Neff. The judge goes pretty big here. Finds 2 kills and gets right clicked by CBN for his troubles.
We'll get the plant down. Gets away for now, but wants to go for more, but really won't find it. Stun, saturate, dash, everything being thrown at them now, and as expected, BLG walk away with that round.
Yeah, over the back of Neff finding those 2 kills, I think the numbers just make slightly more sense for the BLG side to actually just close out the round. But the thing you should be looking forward to in this half is going to be how are they going to be using this double duel, right? They haven't had access to site at all. They've had literally no access to site. How is this double duel going to snowball their like smaller wins? Because right now they're not getting any. And I'm talking, are they going to be aggressing into the CT a lot more? Are they going to be playing for a more contact lurk style of play? This EDG side definitely has a lot of options at their avail, especially on Abyss. But like you mentioned, you alluded to in the beginning of the show, a lot of double duel is being played in scrims, so a lot of people have a lot of reps. So BLG is also pretty clued into how this round is going to, or what options this EDG side has. Is BNK potentially... What?
No, that's illegal, man. What have you just done? A timing shot through the smoke, dismantling CB's hope of the round.
Oh, that's an unfortunate one. That's a bit of a struggle. That's a bit of a struggle bus. That's a bit of a pepper hands. Is not what you can do there. I don't think CB did anything wrong besides being in that general vicinity at that exact point in time. So
just a thought process. But now Kang could follow the same fate if not careful. Walks into the smoke, trying to use some discipline, gets the kill as well, picks up a Vandal off the back of that, and all of a sudden EDG's first big buy falling slightly apart. The Marshal collects some chip damage, making these fights a little bit easier once they do get onto site. Paranoia won't back off Neff, he can stand his ground, hold with a judge, and EDG just have to respect it and back off.
Yeah, there's nothing they can do. The rounds are just exploding before they can even start off the right way, right? Like they lose their Yoru in A main, they lose their other duelist in mid. Now the rest of the team is just playing towards B main, just sort of sad and lonely, trying to figure out things, but the most they can do is damage. Finding the first kill there. The light speed, light is impermeable and untrackable, but Waylay surely is. Smoking for the first kill and looking to do damage. They completely wipe EDG off the map as I think Bud gets 4 kills for the round.
Just takes the guns out of their hands so that they can't save. Worth pushing up the extra. That kill is just so stupid. Like, there's absolutely nothing to go off. Just pure instinct and absolutely spot on. Bud making sure that EDG have nothing to bring in. Kang has the stinger, but in reality, it's going to have to do a lot more than sting the tails of BLG if they want to find any more success in this half.
Stinger Force is a bit interesting, especially, I guess you want a hero rifle onto someone who you think can actually win the round for you, which evidently in EDG's case is that Kang, so.
Bit more explosive here coming in though, flash on sight. Kang has found a way onto heaven. Crazy spray down, but gets a 1-for-1 trade. Site opened up, explored, body dealt with over by A. Now it's a 4 versus 4 retake. Kang's position up high. Could find much, does find much success, so does CB. And all of a sudden, EDG, scrappy at the best, but have paths into it unless YZ wants something to say about it.
A very precarious situation that they find themselves in, but YZ, he's so tagged up. He's 2 body shots and he's gone.
And that's why he's playing first contact. But despite getting held down, the one way was always going to favour Smoggy in there. You felt YZ had to do a little bit of exploring after getting it to half, but ultimately chooses to try and fake them out, which will favour EDG. Another thrifty on the notch of EDG's belts. Both teams refusing to improve on those aspects. And I like the aggressive nature from EDG. They're throwing something completely different into the mix.
Yeah, I think it's a double duel. I think they excel, especially with these more vertical hits. I call it vertical because it's just from your spawn to their spawn. They excel in a lot of those situations. I don't like when they do these wider defaults where they have like your 1 duelist, your 2 duelists very separated from each other. I prefer them all to be together in the pack to cause a bit more problems. But I think they're very hyper aware of the fact that the side of BLG likes playing for that first round of util, that early round of re-clearing into space. But through their lack of proactivity, they've just posted up Bud in mid. In the mid, they don't show mids, so Bud feels very comfortable just straight up leaving. And why is he potentially going to find a kill here onto... He's not. He's just going to back off entirely. He's going to try and repost up on A. I'm quite anxious about the A hit, most likely here in the server drone. The fact Pop's looking to swing through the smoke here. Salvo dissuades any executes, and CB potentially still going to go for it. Flash out the smoke and the right click no scope. The no scope of the operator finds the kill.
Yeah, it's lovely, but it's a distraction to head over on towards B. BLG not fully falling for it. Have 2 members here. 2 more quickly flooding across as well. 30 seconds to get this spike down. A lot of utility dispense to deny entry on the other side. And Kang is quickly dispatching with any remaining members of BLG. A 3k to his name. Chichu now falls down. 2 versus 3 on this retake. Operator in tow for YZ. Makes this a little bit tough. Paranoia still standing for an F if needed. Could find itself to be used, but has to clear out some space for YZ first, which it will. But nobody's home. Not quite yet. Really far up top positions. And it's Kang who collects a 3rd. Looks for the 4th, but doesn't quite find it. Falls into this 1 versus 1, but Neff, a slither of health, has to stand up and do it all, but not expecting nobody to be tucked like a ghost in the corner. And it'll be the barrel that reveals for the final kill.
Yeah, definitely a lot better of a look. I think EDG's finding a lot more success when they just do those straight hits. I think CB's struggling way too much to justify any more A presence or isolated A presence when their gunfights on the side hits look so confident. Oh, it was a massive whiff, actually. That's actually a pretty big whiff. If I think if YZ finds that kill there, that round looks completely different, shapes up a completely different way. But as we go into timeout, BLG's first timeout of the series, they still have another one in pocket. What are we thinking? I'm thinking EDG needs more aggression, but on BLG's side, what's the adjustment they need to make if they want to stabilize and potentially win this map?
It's tough, right? Because they are still in the driver's seat. It feels like EDG have only managed to win a couple rounds based off the back of some pure aggression on 1 round and then drawing out a whole load of utility to be able to fight on B quite easily without being challenged. So I'm not too sure that many adjustment needs to be made. Just kind of stabilise the communication for the team. Remind them that they're in the driving position. This is their map pick. They've practiced this map over and over and over again. Yes, they do have that replacement with BNK coming in, but it's something that you can certainly figure out. Maybe a little bit of aggression from A here, from the likes of BNK. Maybe drone it out to get early information to draw the rest of the team in.
And we're going to see how this manifests itself as we go into this. We are towards the final stretch of this series, or final stretch of this map, rather. getting closer and closer in the single digits. You can count the amount of rounds on your hands that are needed if any team were to eke away a win here. So mid default from the side of EDG, 1-3-1 as they play for early tail drone denial, see if to break it if it catches too much, and then they just go drone back is what nobody's doing, trying to clear out any weird angles, any close rights, any dangerous spots to help accomplish this default. But Spike's moving away from A. It's just a bit of an insert for Kang.
Yeah, wanting to draw out a little bit more utility here again. But EDG have now grouped up, leaving Chichu all alone on B, trying to capitalise on this lurker, even draw some bodies out. Will find a fantastic timing walking up, but it's Kang who finds the timing on site. Open this up with 2 kills, walks on, and now Bianc with the timing of their own. Plays around the smokes in the shadows, not the Omen kind, but will find some success as this dissipates. Has to do more, but unfortunately won't find it. Rolling Thunder to create some space for Bud, gets a kill, flashed out, but a 1 versus 2. It's a big ask considering where the pinch is coming from, and all Chichu has to do is play off a time.
Yeah, and he has star on Spike as well. First tap's going to pull, but off the Spike is going to proc also the main walk up. Oh, but he's playing it to perfection. CB's playing this so well. Just backing off, making sure that Bud has to basically get as far away from Spike as physically possible. And this is off the back of some very good decisiveness from EDG. They see they get spotted by the Omen from the shadows, lands behind the B main, and they instantly activate. And Kang finds one, updraft heaven, no second thoughts behind it, just immediately goes for it as EDG tie this game up 9-all.
Yeah, I really liked Chichu's positioning. It was honestly the perfect time, and as soon as Neff looked away from B, Chichu was walking around the corner. Creates a huge layer of attack for them. And now that they've conditioned a little bit of A hits and shown that they can successfully win over there, they'll head back over towards B, into the embrace of Russia and Bianc. But not quite as aggressive this time.
Yeah, a bit belabored as I don't know what they're waiting for. They're waiting for the perfect timing to do the dimensional drift, it looks like. It's just going to be a B execute here as Jet knives get popped, Bladestorm gets committed as both duelists on site and Spike's being planted. First 5v5 we've seen in a while.
Holding in this angle, waiting for it. Kang will collect that kill. Chichu gets YZ on the rotate as well, and just like every other site hold we've seen as of late, EDG are the ones collecting all the kills, leaving BLG with their tails between the legs, running away, just trying to hold on to this save. And Kang is hunting like a hungry wolf, looking for its prey, feeling that the blood is there for the taking. This map is certainly under the control of EDG. Not something that we thought we were going to be in a situation for, but yeah, here we are. EDG strapped in, driving seat on, full focus.
Yeah, dialed in in all the ways that matters. EDG for the first time in a while the first time this map, I think, or this half at least, have managed to claw it back. They've won 4 rounds on the trot, looking for a 5th one. BLG struggling a lot now. Oh, his Neff TP is almost immediately dies. If Kang with the Outlaw was there, I think that was game over for him. It's sent straight to the next round for him, but managed to survive, gets out with his life intact. As we return back to this normal default, this 2-1-2, or 2-2-1 rather. Rory playing A main passively. Sova droning through mid to catch any rotates or any over-eager players, and Kang posted up on A to see if they can catch that B player rotating off.
The EDG not wanting to give any risk up, given the thrifty stats that we've seen before. Trying to sell this fake over towards B as well, and it seems to be working. The stun will come in, and that'll open up an avenue for some timing to be taken on A, only with Bianchi defending. And you can see the pings coming up from mid. Stating that players could be up there, but that's a huge pick up. 2, 3 huge kills. One by one they walk, one by one they fall. BLG needed a hero and stood up the substitution,
剩余30秒。
teaching the kids a lesson. The replacement could have just kept this map alive.
On an eco, no less, is YZ has timing, now has spike, after being committed.
What an absolute round to see. EDG had played it slowly, thinking that they could outthink the economy by. But what they didn't expect was the Tail to be positioned one shot at a time,
剩1名敌人。
making this round all but their own.
Ooh,
Massive
diabolical.
impact.
Diabolical. Finds 3 kills there and then gets his ulti and fully ready to commit the ulti. Should a rush have come? That's insane work from BNK. And this is, as we get into the later rounds of this, there's 3 opportunities, 3 mistakes that you can make for either side. You predicted a potentially 13-11 or 13 OT. This game is looking like it's going the distance. Is the EDG side playing for this early mid control, playing for some kind of mid to B, but YZ and Nef are ready to receive. Kankan choosing to abort and CB choosing to bail out of there in its entirety.
Reset of the game plan. Spike heading to death ball and to be a huge round for what this could be. Could crush the economy. Hunter's Fury if there's a post plan, but instead uses it to open up sight, give some space for Kankang, and it'll be space that's taken by Nef instead. Traded out, yes, but Bud is still alive and kicking, not for long. 3 versus 3, these trades just come in one by one.
Spike plant denied as well.
剩余30秒。
Like a bus, you wait for things to happen and they keep on coming. It takes a while, but once you get there, who makes the first move? It's going to be BLG.
The wrong way.
YZ getting the time and peeks out, uses the ult, but EDG swing together. 3 kills right at the very death, just as BLG thought they had the opportunity again. And you can see what it means to Kankang.
He's such an engine. He's such a ball of energy. As they managed to win this. I need to see those trades and how they came out. I was certain that EDG was just, or BLG was positioned in such a position. The conversion pass went the wrong way. Okay, the conversion pass went the wrong way. I thought the conversion pass came from Link and was going towards backside, but it just went from backside and went towards front sight, and that didn't catch Smoggy, who was just ready to receive and found those 2 kills there.
These 2 teams just refuse to go down without a fight. Anytime the pendulum swings, gravity brings it right back to the opposition. 1 round separates the 2. 2 rounds away from victory for EDG to take the opponent's map pick away from them and give them the acceleration in this best of 5 series. Billy timeout has to rescue it. I don't think the money's there for them. I think this could be a do or die attitude right now.
Yeah, force up into this round and hope that things work. I think this is a tech pause.
Oh, we love tech pauses.
EDG tech pause. Probably. Oh, is it Kankang? Was he standing up too much?
Pulled the HDMI out of the PC in excitement.
Yeah. He got the photo, but disconnected his computer, disconnected his mouse. Maybe it's a headset issue. I don't know. We can keep speculating. I think this is fun.
Well, if we're going to speculate, I think it was that there was a dragon came on site and lit fire to one of the PCs. The mascot turned into real life, but we now have confirmation, a player issue. Could still be a vast number of issues, maybe some heating,
Okay, so do you think? No, do we want to speculate on player issues, or is that too parasocial?
No, we won't go into that detail.
Okay. I like to think it's the dragon hypothesis.
Yeah, for sure it is. I've seen the dragon enter the stage, but now listen, for both of these teams, obviously you can't communicate game plans during this tech pause, but it's almost like a mental reset for both of them during the time. For some it could drain, for some it could build you up and just give you that pause to reflect on your own actions and formulate some form of success in the head. We only get to see who it benefits after this.
Yeah, if there's any benefit at all. I think the nature of play issues is that can shake you. Sometimes that's enough. Someone that you're actively working with, that might be enough that it disrupts you to a point that you can't really function at a high enough level again. So that is a lot of paper towels. Yeah, must be very, very hot on stage. Must be. It's also quite stressful, I think, performing at such a high level. Your career, not necessarily on the line, but definitely under review. It's under not that much review because you're in a grand final, or you're in a final to qualify, but definitely at risk should you not make it. Every team wants to go to those Masters events, so.
Yeah, moment. I like to see Kankang's position just proper chilling up, posted, not bothered, fully focused on their own game. And you can see what these moments do. A bit of sweat could determine the result. Make sure you're able to move further along. And you have to say that the pressure that you highlighted being on that third team to get to Santiago, it's a lot for your first kickoff, right? And both of these teams want to get back to international success. BLG wanting to rewrite the wrongs from before. EDG tasted the glory in the former days. Both certainly have a lot to play for.
Yeah, they're definitely loads, and especially because this kickoff sets the tone for the rest of the year, right? An explosive kickoff here potentially puts you in a good stead when the meta shift at the end of Masters happens. It happens quite frequently. Think of how Teo came in and then became just the most prevalent thing in stage one. So having a good early start and potentially develop a good read on this meta, or at least solidify your read on the meta before the new agents come out, or potentially new adjustments to maps come out, is definitely tantamount to long-term success. So as we return back into it, EDG currently 11, BLG currently 10. Bit of struggle from the side of BLG side to string together a couple more rounds on defense, as EDG has just been flourishing on this side of the map. But eyes on Bud.
And all in by. Bud has to go huge again, but will just fall down to Kankang. The trusting hands finds the head. Surgical at best. Making their way up mid-control, and an all-in round for BLG. Kankang is dissecting them one by one. Smoggy's turn to retaliate. Might be slowed down by the saturate, but that pays no dividends. As Russia, left in what was a 1 versus 5, is quickly dealt with. Thrown to the wayside. EDG map point. EDG looking very likely to continue the momentum from last map.
Yeah, EDG is currently on map points, potentially putting themselves on series points should they win this one. Is BLG really struggling right now? I think their mid default is gave them a bit of early success in the mid round, or in the very early ages of this half, but as the rounds have developed, EDG has just been fully in control of this, mounting the comeback and now mounting some advantaged lead, as CB creating a lot of noise, forcing out a bunch of the util from BLG. Neff having to commit that paranoia. Kankang looking eager, looking to find something, finds BNK. BNK, the solo anchor on this east side of the map, as Russia's gonna find Chuchu and drop the spike.
Yeah, hiding in the smokes, gets the kill, but CB quickly equalises, quickly makes it in their favour. TP down for an escape route, allows the plant to go down. Kang puts the final bullets in the coffin, and EDG claim Abyss, rectify the wrong of the last series, and put themselves 2-1 up.
Yeah, definitely an excellent showing from EDG. From their defensive side, I think their resilience to actually on the turn to firstly bring it to 6-6, bring it to an equal half, and then furthermore when they got to attack side, they took the ball and they ran with it. So EDG definitely looking like a shell of their, or not even a shell, a more reflection of their more award-winning form. As they're taking BLG the distance, it seems. Any prediction that had this series ending 3-0 now fully cast aside. Any prediction that had this series going in definitively BLG favor is now definitely cast aside. Is EDG looking hungry, looking like they want the series?
Yeah, I don't think you stand much chance when you have Kang or a Foreman on the stage after that round, feeling themselves in a true fashion. Kang is back and certainly wanted this map as their own. Huge plays from EDG to answer a lot of the criticism that's been about them this season so far, saying that they're not the team that they used to be, and while that may be true, they still find a way to battle through. BLG have a grueling path from the middle bracket of yesterday, fighting into today, maybe timing catching up with them as EDG just keep on fighting.
Yeah, EDG fighting This BLG had a lot of hero plays. We spoke about how the side of EDG needs to not hinge so much on individual performance to make it and be more collective. But the side of BLG, I'm reminded from that YZ3K that BNK got a 4K with his Sheriff, or 3K with his Sheriff in 3 bullets, just to keep this game close, right? Just to keep this game close, BNK had to do all of that, and YZ had to do all of that. So EDG playing like an overall better team, being very decisive, being very on the ball in regards to what decisions they want to make, what fights they want to take, how coordinated they wanted to go about all of their rounds.
Muddy at times, but listen, if you wade through the mud, you get it down. But let's have a listen into these team comms.
中路要。过门了，小心夹。我先上了，待会儿我们可以顶这儿，如果夹的话。有点给力，你小心下面。夹到中路。背包点，我去。还小一点，还小一点。TP 什么情况？就是放这的呀。不是让你去补。一点点，小来。阻挡视线。我被震了，我也被震了，没事，威了飞。有单向了。
爆能器落在 B 区。
完事 ，nice 完事。
还剩1米。
窗口的，喜欢在后点的。打一下，窗口。走，开 B 加他。100。nice。万顺志啊，你好接中啊！万顺志，这个 TP 啥意思？不是让你放到 B 区吗？开局先放这儿，踢回来再放 B。
Yeah, Kang pulling it through is definitely a personality. Yeah, definitely a personality in his own right. 379 ACS warrants it. 11 multi-kills for the opping prodigy. Or the man that is very inevitable when he has his op. You look at those lethal zones, the darker the color, the more lethal he was in those spots. Yeah, Kang had a lights out series. I think we spoke about in the beginning of the series. It can function at a high enough level that his team can contribute to, and yeah, leaps and bounds he did it.
Yeah, and I think when you're going up against the Thanos of CN, it's an always difficult battle, an uphill road to test. As you just look at this is absolutely ridiculous. This hexagon is probably the nastiest thing I've ever seen in my life.
This is disgusting. The hexagon is ordinarily grey. There is no grey here. He just excelled in every single area. That is nuts. I've never seen a hexagon that is just the template in red.
No, and I think if you want to talk about what BLG need to do in this next map of Split, it's just deal with Kang. Like, I don't know if you can do something in the break between maps that maybe throw his confidence off, but if he's playing as lights out as this, then it could be a very quick dispatch in this next map.
Yeah, but BLG is a team that I think is very resilient, and they're aware of the history, but they are at a bit of a disadvantage. You have to claw back into this if they want silver scrapes, and they have to go into a Kang that's evidently active, and an EDG roster that seems very, very hyped up. I don't know if you heard in the comms how the majority of the comms were just ensuring that everyone is feeling confident, everyone is full of energy, and after 4 hours of playing the game, to have that much energy is a godsend. So 379 ACS, dwarfing literally everyone else. I think dwarfing literally everyone else. There's not a single person that cracked that 250 barrier in terms of team side. So what I wanted to look at is those thrifties. I think there was one thrifty that I saw. There's a lot of first bloods. I don't know what the plant success rate was. I feel like that is a really low number.
Well, hopefully the team stats will find their way through. But there was a lot of mess at times. But I mean, really, you just can't take the focus away from the 30 bomb that Kang is dropping on you. To even get 10 in those scenarios, have to be fairly happy with that. There you go, 150 each. It felt like more. 12 first kills on the side of EDG, leaking out why they've won, and post-plants is pretty close as well.
Yeah, it's a lot closer than I expected, but it makes sense. They didn't really play as much Flood, right? In comparison to Haven, where they were just permanently playing Flood and you only had 10 post-plant situations total. This one was a lot more. Spike didn't even get down as much for EDG. So definitely a very, very strong look. Very, very good look from the side of EDG. I think it's a solid look from BLG, but there's a lot of a tuning up and adjustment that needs to happen as you're running out of running out of maps, really, to be making those mistakes. You're kind of back against the wall here if you're BLG. So any last thoughts before we send it to break?
My thoughts are pretty much BLG are doomed as we go into split, but we can touch on that as we open up the next half of the show at least. So we can send to break and come back with what could be the very last round or the very last map in this series.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
I just need to clear my head. Can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low. When it goes dark, you better You should've kept up on your end. Should've been there when you said I depended on.
Welcome back, everyone, to Project Horizon in collaboration with VCT CN. This is the lower finals for Ticket and Master Santiago. It is currently EDG versus BLG 2-1 in favor, and we're on split. I am Wriggle, joined today with Veggie, rather. Oh my god, words are evading me as the series goes on. But yeah, it's Wriggle, it's Veggie, and it's split. EDG currently in the lead and on series point.
Yeah, ironically, this could be the map that could split these teams from having a poor kickoff to booking their ticket in Masters Santiago. For the side of BLG, it's a little bit of desperation. Having played this 3 times already, only coming out once victorious against the Dragon Ranger gaming side. Dispatched by All Gamers, cleanly destroyed by Shilai Gaming yesterday in recent memory. 4 rounds was all they could muster. EDG will have to be feeling that this could be the final standpoint for them. Although, when you look at the history for themselves, 0% win record on this as well. Beat by Shilai, gaining 5 rounds, which is, for you mathematicians, 1 round more than Billy were able to do. So it could be another one of these close games, or it could be a decimation for each side.
Again, opting for the breach once again on split. I think this is entirely comfort, but I think that the efficacy of breach is oftentimes offset by the potency of Yoru, right? So you are still getting the flashes on Yoru, you are getting the TP, you're having a better combination with Yoru and TPs, or Yoru and Fade's ultis are very synergistic with each other. Yeah, there's no raise. I just realized there's no raise on split. A bit of a shocker there, because Raze is sort of the premier duelist on split due to the fact that they can so aggressively contest space and zones and pressure all people off, especially on that B side retake.
Yeah, but not seen a Raze come out from either of these sides so far, playing into the picks with the need. I think in a world where we're seeing Neon formulate a whole load of selection across the whole estate of the Valorant Champions Tour right now, you have to just feel that they can find a way through and waylay on the opposition. Another agent that is definitely proven successful. Now more people are starting to gain an understanding of how to operate through. And as we head in towards split, this could be the final stand for EDG. But it could also be Billy Billy's back right up against the wall with one chance to take us to map number 5.
And before we get into it, just wanted to say thank you, Mr. Shouser6, for supporting the production. We do this voluntarily, and we're hoping to bring more exposure to VCT, CN, to a more broad audience. So thank you once again for the production, and thanks for supporting this production. We're going to pistol.
Yep, starting off, it's a fast hit over towards B. EDG will try and take the timing on the Viper's wall to force out the likes of Neff to take a deeper angle. All 5 heading towards there, but interestingly, some members posted up on mid, taking some space, but it's site that is claimed.
Yeah, smokes, but Spike isn't down yet. Spike's still trapped in main, having been mollied off, I assume. Spike's going to be committed here. Nobody getting the Spike down. As they jumping out of heaven, the flood is almost instant. As Rushia is going to find Kang, the only trade in favor of BLG, but finds the second one. Spike tapped, but not defused. Viper wall still up. Looking to do some damage here is Rushia and YZ.
Lovely
Rushia finds
taps.
3.
What else can you expect? BLG continue their pistol domination, dropping all but one for EDG to pick up. And it's a good start for them. They need to try and build up momentum as they go on. We've mentioned the past flaws on this map before. Winning this one certainly gives them an opportunity to keep something going on.
Yeah, EDG wants to be carrying over that winning momentum from the last half, but BLG wins more pistols than anything else, so EDG is just at a disadvantage from the jump, right? They're constantly 1, 2, 3 rounds down, and they've done the 6-6. We had 6-6 on all 3 maps so far, but that's no guarantee that we're going to get 6-6 once again.
BLG continue to rack up the bodies. Mid pressure denied. Spike wanted to try and make a path through over towards B, but instead it's going to have to reassess this situation. Join up with Chichu, who's used this kind of defaulty wall to make some space. But for now,
Very slow. It's a very slow hit, actually. Trying to just contact up the entire way.
oh my goodness, YZ lines them up once again, reminiscent of Abyss mid, but this time with a Guardian, collects the 3 remaining bodies for EDG. Yes, it's an eco round, but you will be starting to get closer to that ultimate online now as well.
Yeah, and that conversion part is quite terrifying, especially if they're going to be playing for that Flood B retake. Having someone that completely shuts down any kind of re-swings, any kind of refrags into that zone is going to be very, very potent. So why is he getting those kills is very, very potent and very impactful, because now he's 2 away. 2 away from that conversion part almost immediately. So BLG getting angsty, swinging through the smoke. Lightspeed gets committed, saturates and refract happens, as even while full slowed and full stunned, nobody finds 2 kills here. Full hindered as CP looking for another one, looks the wrong way, Rushia backstabs. Finds another, finds a third.
Rushia just will not be moved. BLG, we've seen them rack up the rounds before. This is the start that they needed. Nobody tries to do their best impression of saving the half, or the round at least. But it's BLG who continue to lament any efforts from EDG. What could be a huge round. And I mean, that stun just perfectly placed. It was a great idea, great execution. And unfortunately for EDG, they can't capitalise.
In favor of BLG, guys. It was the bonus. I think now they won their rifle round and their bonus, so they're still in pretty good stead here for their flourishing eco. Why is he potentially hunting for that ulti once again? As Russia is actually one off ulti, but it's going to be a fast B main pop. We know that EDG likes to flood, so flood is all but imminent and that spike gets tapped. But CB looking to play very fast and loose with it as Net finds him. He's try to aggro into A heaven, but or B heaven, but got quickly shut down.
Yeah, tried to make a play happen. Spike will at least eventually find its way down, but with only 2 remaining bodies left, it's a crossfire on site. It'll be quickly dealt with, and a round that we expect to go to BLG does go to BLG. CB tried their utmost to make the hero play, going up to heaven, walking around the orb and peeking out, but unfortunately for them, death was all that was awaiting.
Yeah, nothing there for them as absolutely gets pieced up here. They're so fast on it, actually. The spike is being tapped and there are 5 people onto B already. So 5 people in B heaven ready to flood. So that's something that they should consider potentially. They have the Yoru, the Yoru and the Viper, which can be causing a lot of cross-map pressure together. And they're not quite doing that right now. Because you can see that they want to play a very double-stacked group, and now you're seeing some of the situations and one of the caveats behind not picking that raise, right? You don't really have the ability to disrupt those takes as fast as you would like them to. So the side of BLG sitting comfortable at 4-0, but side of EDG is sitting comfortable at 2-1 in terms of series points. So how can EDG rally, or can BLG bring us to an F5?
They have some wiggle room to play around, but for now, trying to create some question marks up through mid. Forces the Viper back, and in that space, Chichu is taking some mad timing to walk through on towards A. Will call the troops back as they try and cause more chaos, but this walk down through mid could just collect it with nobody on 10 HP. Just has to tuck for now, allow the timing to come on through, and maybe play for it later. As now the troops have gathered up on towards A. Will they be aware of this quick backstab that is coming?
Oh, he's not aware. Oh, he's not aware. He didn't see it. He wasn't fully aware and got caught reloading a Smoggy and Bud. Oh, Smoggy and I've drawn a blank. Nef and Bud. Sorry, Nef and Bud are on the flank. Bud gets the trade onto Kankai. As it's a very split hold here.
Keeps it tenable, but BLG have to be the ones to get the next couple kills, and with nobody finding that kill, leaving only YZ to do it. That's going to be a pretty big kill. The ult won't connect, and nobody in a perfect position to capitalise. Gets a round online for EDG. Huge moment, huge time. Costly in the end, but at all costs, you need to start racking these rounds up.
Yeah, it most definitely is. Battle of the IGLs, it seems like it's going to be, as nobody clutching out this round, potentially would have been Nef's round to win as well. So keep that in mind. We spoke about in the beginning of the show, like how these fragging IGLs are actually going to influence the game around their superstar duelists, and it seems like nobody finally potentially has an opportunity to heat up into the series, survive for long enough while these duelists are struggling a bit to get off the mark here.
Kankai needs to find that form that was so prevalent there on Abyss. But just creating some chaos over in mid will take a timing for this team to assault the A side. Net tucked in a corner will be found out, and the triple kills coming in for the favour of EDG, finding themselves a little bit more comfortable on this map now. Some success paths with only 2 remaining for BLG, forced into a saving position.
It's just the A side. The A side hold just falls apart in its entirety. Actually, there was 3 people there. One playing heaven to play off the refrag off any close info, and then one playing underneath next to Planter, and they just completely fell apart, capitulated at the worst possible moment. CB goes hunting. I don't know if that gives him ult. It did give him ult.
Yeah.
So it's a sacrificed gun, but it's a valid effort. Looking for that kill and potentially looking for a bit of extra money because your death is all but guaranteed here. So Kankai still hunting, potentially looking to do damage, but not going to find any.
They wanted to just try and take another weapon out the hands to give themselves the best possible chances in the next round and going forward. But as we look at this great execution, every angle being worried about, everything being checked, teams on top. And EDG needed that. They needed to find a way back into this matchup. They could not allow BLG to get rolling in the fashion that they have done before. 4 rounds momentum enough, but they certainly have some capability. You can see the Rolling Thunders online. Snake Pit as well if needed.
Full blinded up here as they both die in B main.
It's a lovely execution.
Yeah, they weren't aware of the flash, the potentiality of that flash beat there, because they didn't know what the bodies were. Figured it was just Fade alone, and they just get full blinded and caught in that flash zone and die.
Contact play off of the teleport being broken, but BLG finding themselves back into the matchup here. YZ has been the name that we've said a lot, but Chichu with a backstab collects for 1. You were hoping for a little bit more, but the spray down was not there. And YZ pops to the track, dashes across up into heaven, sees nothing, and will allow nobody to take a peek from under below, looking up the chimney, trying to see if Santa's coming down with any presents. But the present is the round presented on a silver platter.
Yeah, this is some insane micro actually. To flash this and even be aware of the potentiality of an anti-flash is very, very good. The only thing I would say is that Chichu could have waited for that second kill. I think he got a bit too angsty, and I guess when the stakes are this high, you kind of want to be making sure that you're taking those chances when you get them. You don't really get another chance, because if you miss both of them, that's even worse for everyone. So,
EDG have dialed up the pressure, making sure these executions are perfectly plot out. And now BNK has to do it all, but with Kang forced up in the overdrive, finding the way through, slaughtering the opposition on site. Within seconds, BLG have found themselves equalised up at round points. EDG, every time you push them down, they come back swinging even harder.
Yeah, they're finally coming into their own as a very aggressive and forward like biased team. And I think the rounds that I would critique the most from them are the ones where they're playing hyper slow. They're playing slow to the point where it doesn't logically make sense. So to see EDG actually deciding that they want to kick it up a gear, play in the higher levels of gear or the high gears, and finding success is encouraging, because that is the way their comp wants to function, right? They want to be just explosive and doing the damage wherever possible. And great effort from CB. Finds another kill. Kang potentially looking to contribute, and he does. As its eyes on Chichu, Sheriff in hand, what can he do?
You're not going to be able to do much. Just this one player on Bud, the hero rifle left alive. Is going to try and commit to it. Nope, never mind. Decides against it, realises that it's a terrible idea. Maybe thought there was more teammates left, and then all of a sudden looked at the scoreboard and was like, wait a second, where have all my team gone? But to reflect at the start, I liked the aggression that BLG were trying to come up with. The best way to face into these fast sight hits are either just vacate sight and play for a flood, or just go aggressive yourself and deny that space. It worked for a second, but EDG fully aware that it could be the case given the economy status, and will collect this 5th round in a row.
5 rounds on the trot. This has happened before. We've seen this. We've seen a similar thing throughout the early stages of this series. BLG winning the first couple of rounds, and then EDG just taking their 1 round and running with it. So excellent shooting from the side of EDG as CB just lights up the A main side.
Yeah, EDG have found their flow in this one, forcing the timeout from BLG. Not where they would have been thinking they were going to be 5 rounds ago, having stacked together 4 rounds. But ultimately EDG, showing their attacking prowess, need to keep this one up. An 8-4 half would be wonderful for them, as BLG will just want to find an avenue back into this.
Yeah, and if you're a BLG coach, what's the suggestion? You can't deal with you can't really brace for the double the double duelist hits. I think the only options you could potentially get is, I would say early fighting. Fight them in the mains like they did that one round. It was just unfortunate for EDG that CB found 2 massive kills in those moments, but I think that was the correct play. I think that's just one of those moments where a play didn't work, but doesn't necessarily mean it's a bad one. So let's see if EDG or BLG are still committed to their plays, or if they've been slightly more dissuaded by the looming threat of impending doom.
Yeah, the stranglehold that EDG are seeming to put together on this BLG squad. We said before that they tasted blood, and that's when this EDG squad works to its finest. Feeling confident, feeling together. Op out, but not in the hands of Kang. On that Neon, you want the faster entry style. So passes it across to the secondary duelist / initiator in hands of CB on Yoru. Fade Prowler returned back to back. Alerts at least one position here on A. Just wanting to take a slow contact. Spike committed here for now, though.
They do have the potentiality to actually TP across because the clone is still there. Yeah, so they take the op shot just to challenge them off of A and see how that works. But now, unfortunately, they're walking into a stack, or they're going to be playing for mid-round re-clear onto the A side of the map. They don't have the Omen from the shadows. So despite being A is very, very precarious, we're running out of time here. As we need to make a decision pretty soon, as they are going for the B pop, the B fake. CB looking for a kill, finds it.
That's the first blood gone into their favour, but bodies starting to now be dragged across towards B. You have B and K still held up on A, wanting to play around. Could be the hero, could be the victor in this round. They've peaked at the right time, but now Spike has made its way towards site. And the key part of this is Chichu's position. Has this flank perfectly poised in the palm of their hands. Yank thought about the nightfall, but doesn't quite commit it.
Effort committed.
Speeding up on the flank, but it's nobody standing on site that mows this assault down, and the flank does not even need to be revealed as EDG put yet another round into their name. A different style of play, going a lot slower, but the result still remains the same.
Yeah, an EDG win at the end of it is they were a bit slow. I was a bit concerned about how they were going to go about this. This is a really cool piece of a really cool set play, letting CB walk up with the operator and look for that early pick. The only problem was I felt like they were on the brink of going slightly too slow. I think that round goes either way if CB doesn't get that pick there. So EDG edging away. They're currently on 6-4, very familiar scoreline for this series as a whole, but potentially looking to make it, potentially looking to upset or sort of disrupt the familiarity of this series.
Yeah, Fade spotted out. But a trade could be there, given the high-low setups on ramps. Spike was thinking about heading over towards A once again, but identifying that there could be a stack here. So just relocates itself over towards B.
Eyes on Chichu.
Block contact in, does get the kill, looks for more, but the timing will be there. Gets away with her life, and as Neff tries to TP away, it's going to be Kang, the inevitable, who's putting on the pressure, piling on the pain. The agony of BLG must remain. Ult invested in. Unknown where the players remain. YZ shot in the back. And it'll be Smoggy that gets the final 2 kills that put us for the first time at not a 6-6 scoreline at half.
Yeah, it's actually, I think this is, if EDG had this form from map 1, I think this would have been a completely different series. We wouldn't be casting this map, right? EDG is performing at a really high level in regards to how explosive they're being. They're sort of catching the side of BLG in these weird pockets, right? Neff is being caught by Smoggy in a weird spot, and you know, like the controllers are running away, but Kang is running in. It makes a lot of sense, and things are just clicking right now for the EDG side.
Yeah, they seem to have a firm grip on this matchup. Kang just switches sides completely. Next round is where you go into there, buddy. But instead, in the defender spawn, it's a full switch. BLG trying to get aggressive out of their main, getting rewarded for it as well. But CB will take out YZ. Dimensional Drift touted to get out, but happy enough to remain in this 2 for 2. Spike collected, garnered for now. Bud, such a good position. Gate crash onto site, faked out. And it's just temporary relapse of pause.
Quiet mid-round is beyond K towards the A side of the map, and Bud clearing out all of B main, ready to receive. It's going to be a double flank. Should an A plant happen, but there's still ample time to actually switch it up and go B. Nobody. The IGL currently in Vents has a lot of choices to make here. The correct one is towards B side of the map, and it looks like there's movement towards B. Started shifting early and potentially going to start calling over. Fader's not going to see anything. Oh, they've overcooked it.
Yeah, the Dimensional Drift. I mean, it reveals one position there, but the Rolling Thunder on site will deny the plant. And Bud, the util to stop the plant, the bullet to collect the remaining one. And the 50-50 gamble pays off for BLG, the wrong side for EDG. 7-5 at the half. And what was probably the most chaotic round of Valorant we'll see today.
Yeah, Spike drops early aim. Spike drops early B main rather. That's Abyss. Wait a minute. That wasn't split. Am I going crazy? Did I just see an Abyss? Did I just see an Abyss? Did I see nobody get killed on Abyss?
I was looking down at my notes, I missed it.
Oh, well. Oh no, I am crazy. The medication isn't working. Oh god.
Gone through the test today, but both of these teams are going through the same test as well. 7-5 at the half. A pistol and a bonus could set them away. BLG obviously ruined the day that they were 4-0 up in this tie on this map. Loads of opportunities for both sides.
Yeah, but like you mentioned, the first non-6-6 game, 5-7 in favor of EDG, and it's on the back of some really decisive aggro plays, right? They're playing for their win cons a lot, very, very consistently, which is just those side pops. They're putting Kang of all people on the rifling role opposed to the ARPing role, and letting CB take that sort of contact dual sort of play style, and he's playing for this very fast rotates. So those very fast rotates. On the side of BLG, they're playing for heavy flood, right? Which is good if you have the utility and you can get to the sites fast enough, but you're so delayed by how EDG was playing their map states and how wide their lurks were that you couldn't quite get it. So we're gonna see when they switch around. Is the side of BLG going to be playing for that more traditional Viper playing solo lurk, or are they going to be leaning more towards the fact that they have more util that is able to bully a lot of these zones?
Yeah, it's a huge half in the swing of things for BLG's kickoff. EDG at least have a fallback of bind should we go there next. But for BLG, it really is a do or die attitude if they want to try and book their ticket to Santiago. And it starts off in B main, Prowler to clear off the space. Kang's tucked nicely over on boxes. You have Smoggy jump peeking with the smoke to try and sell. And Kang tucked up, gets one, gets two, gets traded, but in a result that the defenders were certainly going to be happy with. And a double right click in the smoke has no right to do that, but the free gun does what it wants, when it wants, leaving Russia with so much to do and so little time to do it. The EDG get the second pistol of the entire series.
Yes, 2 out of 8 is 2 out of 8 doesn't really matter when the second one comes in arguably the most important pistol round of your game, a series point pistol. So EDG definitely finding a lot of value there. Kang playing contact in front of the smoke or behind the smoke, just not letting them out of the choke at all. So then anywhere that's trying to go for the trade or trying to be any expeditious with how they clear out everything is just gonna forgo the Kang factor and get right click for their troubles. And it seems like we're going on A side hit, a bit dissuaded from going B due to the threat of an outlaw or any other kind of advanced riflery. Nobody finds one, and so does CB.
Yeah, you can try and avoid the opposition, but EDG are going to be posted up here. But somehow, Bandit LG, Bandit Bud finds 2 kills, but it was all for now. It's Chichu, who I've spoke about so often, being one of the difference makers, cleans house, bucket in tow to mop up the remainder.
I want to see the Chichu kills because it looked snappy. Yeah, it was. Yeah, Chichu's been such a consistent player. So this EDG roster, he's been oftentimes the player that they need at most given moments just to succeed, right? He's been put on the IGL, he's been put on controller, he's been put on the Viper, and now he's off of IGL because Autumn said that he would never put Chichu back on IGL. And you see him flourishing, you see him thriving as nobody IGL, putting together a couple of very good rounds this series, putting together a couple of very good rounds this game, and just need to tap it across the line, as it were.
Yeah, just put it in the final hole. But BLG have some stand ground. They've made it up mid-tier. They've put a lot of pressure on towards ramps. This could be a great collapse that Kang was aware of, but Neff is going to be the one to come out on top. Now, like a can of worms, A site has been slightly opened. You need to remember the weaker weaponry with how much damage was done in that previous round makes this one slightly more accessible for BLG. The ramp to success has been laid down. However, they seem to be slightly thwarted at the idea of where to go, playing this one incredibly slow.
The ramp is going to be massive, but is that going to give CB time to actually expedite that rotate? Any kills here are massive for EDG. Chichu finds the first one. That's a big one. Splits that CT side in half. They shut it down. No access to site at all, it says nobody in Chichu.
Yep. Suddenly Team Liquid Nats in the lobby with no access to site. It's where to begin. You have the whole site, all you had to do was make your way onto it, but instead an overcook, overboiled, it comes out tasting way worse than it should. BLG fumble an opportunity to close a gap and instead put EDG onto double digits, giving him 3 rounds potential to make it to Santiago. And with the economy dwindled down so much, you have to feel like they'll get to 11. CB tied up on mid here, flashes out to try and find a kill and will do, and manages to escape. The gate crash keeps this one in tow. And now 3 remain for BLG, the same amount of letters in the name. But it's a spray that somehow favours the side of BLG. But there's Chichu to collect one. Smoggy to collect the next.
Drops the spike
and
as
then a
well.
3 versus 1, yeah.
Oh, the crossfire is disastrous if you're BLG.
The paranoia was just enough to hold Bianc down for now. Kang goes in with the shorty, sliding through, dispatches the remainder. 11 points on the board, 2 rounds away from Santiago.
Yeah, on the precipice, yeah, it's a very close game. Yeah, you can see the stress because it mounts even if you're winning. The stress mounts because there's always the potentiality that elated feeling goes away. So headstrong must be the players in these sort of situations, just to keep your heads on tight, keep doing the things that are working, and making sure that you're not sending it back. EDG struggled with that quite a bit in the previous encounter against BLG, and this round they are finding this time round rather they are finding opportunities where they can snowball those leads a lot more decisively. But like I said, you have to be very headstrong, make sure you don't let go of those advantages due to silly little misplays or over eagerness. Over-eager is wise. He finds one to cheat you, and Bud finds TB.
Yep. Nobody's posted up in the Euro clone, but it'll allow Bianchi a free shot, and now all of a sudden you could potentially look at a save. A 2 versus 5 Kang with the operator. Will find one, and now Smoggy getting a kill makes this a lot more winnable. 3 posted up. Only 1 on site. 1 hitting in the cubby, 1 taking up ramps. If you can isolate these fights, you might just find some success, and the operator does just that. Overdrive popped, wall up, going into the situation where you know it is, but having to avoid everything, and Bud collects a 3k for the round. Have to be kind of happy with how that went for BLG, but EDG have such respite, such motion to fall back on, that one of these rounds can be allowed.
I think Bud committed the Rolling Thunder, by the way. I think he fully committed the Rolling Thunder. I think he ended up having to chase afterwards. Yeah, he just lost his ulti. So on one hand, it is very, very good that they found that round, but on the other end, that's a pretty big ulti to be losing for no value there, especially if you want to be playing towards the more standard attacks.
BLG want to go for some quick attacks, taking the lessons of how EDG found themselves back in the map. A flash and a TP away opens up this site for them. Although 5 still very much remaining for the side of EDG. Means this retake can maybe find some success. No real ults to make it happen. A pickup for nobody would allow the Nightfall to come in. It has to be one of these strategies. Gets caught out by the haunt, but aware that there could be a double swing here. And it'll be a double trade off the swing. A triple from Kang. Leaves us 3 versus 2. Knows that a player's close by, but the movement is apex levels to get them onto 12. And now, EDG, they've opened up booking.com. Skyscanner has been searched. Tickets in the bag. Just waiting to press that final purchase now.
Yeah, on the precipice of Master Santiago and a Chinese Kickoff trophy. This EDG side, who in many ways has been overlooked due to their underperformance, is in the position where they can be performing at a high enough level. Is now on match point, looking to continue or start off their 2026 season with their Masters appearance. They don't seem like they want to miss another one after tragically missing, I think, VCT champs last year, 2025. So definitely a lot better of a look, as they're pulling out all the stops here. Viper's put in B main, setting up the Yoru on A side, playing very, very wide, very, very open and off-angled, and then setting up an operator down mid to complete an utter lockdown and hold of the entire map.
Yeah, it's really tough for BLG to find anything going forward. A has to be the only answer, but it looks like they want to aggress up mid instead. The double smokes to create some freedom for them to walk up, maybe pinch the Viper's pit from the opposite side. But as they head towards A, it's Kang who gets the first blood. Is he aware that there could be some coming up from the ropes? No. YZ with the stinger, upgrades a weapon. Nobody shuts that down. Once again, 1, 2, looking for a third, but it's CB that gets it. And now B&K all alone in a 1 versus 4. Sheriff in hand will not find success. And EDG book their way to a GG and get Santiago underway.
Yeah, EDG, a team that has been struggling to find form, struggled to find a map win against BLG in an entire year-long season, has bucked that trend. That tradition is now old hat, as they finally find a win against BLG rather, in a best of 5 situation. So out of 16 games, the last 4 were BLG favored, but the 5th one, then round 16, map 16, game 16 rather, is definitively black and gold. It is EDG.
Yeah, BLG, commiserations, the hardships that they have to go through. Playing with the substitute, they gave Shilai the best of games yesterday. Tried to do the same to EDG, but it seemed it was a level up that they could not surmount. The black and gold, like you said, reigns supreme. As Wiz Khalifa once said, black and yellow, black and yellow. Well, that's what you're going to see on stage right now.
Wiz Khalifa reference in the Big 20. But no, I fully agree with you. And the trophies get lifted for EDG, and I think we speak about how it's a very young player game, right? It's the new people who come in are oftentimes the people who make the difference. But I said this year in the beginning of this cast, this year it's going to be the coaching staff. How does this coaching staff facilitate and allow these players to be the best versions of themselves? As EDG, a team that's been together, has been through their own fair share of roster troubles and changes and shuffling around, comes away with a win and comes away with a nice trophy to go along with it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a reminder, all gamers, Sheila Gaming and Edward Gaming are the teams to head to Santiago to represent this region. Things to be made from that. All of them have gaming in the title. Maybe we start to see the correlations between these teams. Edward Gaming get to pick up this trophy. EDG, third place. Third spot at Santiago booked in. Getting ready to lift it. Here we go.
Yeah, well earned. I think the nature of these triple elimination brackets is that you're on the edge of your seat permanently, you know, because your favorites might not be relegated entirely. They might just miss out on the opportunity. And Billy, this is not to say anything about Billy's strength. This, I think, says more about how strong this Edward Gaming side is looking going into Santiago and how strong their grasp of how they want to play the game is. So, yeah, they get to lift the trophy. Third place is still a trophy. Fourth place doesn't get one, so.
No, you just get commiserations. Fourth place is the first loser, as once they said. We have some interviews coming up, and then the stage 1 draw to follow.
So Autumn, how's your feeling right now?
I'm feeling very happy, of course, and I'm really happy for every player for here because I know they did their best for being better and better for every day. So this result is for these players.
他说他此时此刻真的非常非常的开心，而且是发自心底的为所有在场的选手开心，因为他知道他们每一个人都非常的努力，每一天都想要变得更好，所以这个奖杯他们是值得的。那也想问一下奥特曼教练，因为其实在这段时间带领队伍也做了很多的尝试和辩证，带领着这几位个人能力都非常强的选手打比赛，又是一种什么样的感觉呢 ？And we know during this period that the coach has also led the team in many attempts to adjust your lineups to do more changes. So what is it like to coach these mechanically strong players?
1 second.
Okay, what is it like to coach these mechanically strong players? To be their coach?
I always want some aggressive play style, and I always think EDG players have best mechanic in the world. So maybe my style and EDG players can combine together. I believe there is a very strong team can be made. So yeah, I'm happy.
对，教练也说，其实他一直非常倾向于一些相对比较激进的打法，而且他也觉得所有的 EDG 的选手，他们拥有着全世界最强的个人能力，所以他真的非常希望他喜欢的打法和所有选手非常强的个人能力结合在一起，他也相信他们可以做到更好。再一次感谢奥特曼教练，接下来 Smokey。 刚才其实也和教练有聊过这些日子的一些变化，因为你之前曾经也说过 ，EDG 现在处在一个可能去探索变化的过程里，但在这个过程里一定会有一些起伏，也会有一些痛苦。但是我们可以看到你们最近的状态是越来越好的。那这段时间整个
The entire team adjusts throughout this kickoff.
觉得我们的大方向是对的，然后如果出现了问题，我们就去解决问题就好了。然后我们的心态也一直。
And he says that as long as he thinks that the major, like the direction, is correct. If there are problems, we will fix them. And it's like we've experienced so much already. Is that our mental doesn't really change. It's not gonna waver too much.
新年快乐，身体健康，谢谢 Smokey。接下来球球。 从赛季开始的2连败到现在的4连胜 ，EDG 又一次从地狱归来了。
How do you feel right now?
此时此刻的心情是什么样的？开心吗？
我觉得是开心的吧，因为其实我们在后面的比赛，我们也开始逐渐的默契了。
He says that I guess I feel happy because like as the matches went on, I feel like we had more coordination. We were more close. We bonded together and closer to what the coach wanted us to do.
个人能力结合在一起，也希望可以给大家呈现一个更好的表现。那刚才其实也问到 Smokey 新年祝福了嘛？我们看到入场的时候，你们都在给大家发红包。
And any New Year wishes for everyone.
新年祝福。
新年快乐吧！祝大家新年快乐吧！
And he says that I hope everyone has a great, good New Year and gets a lot of money.
康康有的时候会回归传统决斗截锋，有的时候也会使用到自己非常熟悉的上伯乐。那回归相对熟悉的领域，会不会让你打？
And it's like returning back to chamber. Does that make you like more confident, 康康？
自信不至于吧，只是可能自己主动迷失了那些东西。但是我们至少有不能输的理由。 就像在场那么多欢呼声，那么多看着我的笑容，我觉得，不管我在场上玩什么，我只要做好我自己。
I think that it's like I think throughout the process I maybe like lost part of that, and I'm happy to get it back. And we also don't really have a reason to lose. We have so many fans cheering us on, and whenever they're around here supporting us, they make me happy, and so that makes me very confident.
这个是属于一直以来的传统嘛。 我很喜欢这种氛围，所以说这就是为什么我。
He's like he really likes this atmosphere, and that's why he's still standing here today.
而且我们刚才看到最后的时候，你和 Mago 深深的拥抱。
And then what were you thinking when you hugged Mago at the end of the game?
我从刚开始打职业，应该是5年了，他今年离开了我。 可能这种是一种怎么说？可能生长痛吧，因为有些不可就是。
And he says that him and Mago, like when he started playing pro, him and Mago have been together for 5 years. This is first year away from EDG, and he feels like it's some kind of like growing pains.
没有他吸引火力了，我就。
And he kind of says like basically he has to like bear that responsibility now.
有的这种情谊，但是我也相信你们一定会在更高的舞台相遇，会一起做得更好。感谢康康。Nobody， 今天是和 BLG 的第16番战。上一次面对 BLG， 优穗地库你们是遗憾失利的，但是今天调整得非常好，也是以3比1拿下了战局。这段时间
How did you guys review after you lost BLG last time?
我觉得我们可能上来输了2个波3的原因就是我们可能选择打的东西不太对吧。其实我们训练赛练了非常多的东西，但是如果想要在比赛上全部都
And he says that maybe like the reason why they lost the first 2 best of 3s in Kickoff was because they weren't really practicing the right things. They practiced actually like quite a lot, like they scrimmed a lot.
大家新年快乐，新年快乐！
也送上了新年祝福，大家新年快乐！杰尼，你一直是几位兄弟最坚实的后盾，无论何时何地都在支持着台上的几位队员。现在又一起经历了这么重要的一。
And how does it feel like supporting your teammates, your bros?
我很开心啊，我还没去过大师赛。
He says all I want to do is go to an international.
前往大师赛了，那对于这回有什么样的期待呢？
我看看能不能在大师赛抢个冠军。
Maybe I'll just cruise along to a champion in an international.
下面 CP， 了这样一支久负盛名的队伍之后，我们也想
Was there a lot of pressure on you, CV?
我就是来之前我就想好了，来这里压力肯定会很大嘛，但是我就是化这些压力为动力，每天都就是精神很足。
And he said that it's like before he came to EDG, he already like had a thought, had an expectation that there would be a lot of pressure on him, but he had to like kind of change that pressure into motivation, and so he had to like recharge every day, just energy full every day.
这只是我的。
And he says this is only the start. I'll be better.
感谢 CD。接下来24K 教练，因为在赛前，其实你当时说过 EDG 根本就不怕 BO5，能不能告诉我们，在你眼里的几个
How good are your players, do you think?
可以让你有如此的自信？
因为我觉得就是 EDG 在国内好像就没怎么输过 BO5吧，在我印象里，对。 然后大家的个人能力啊，包括对在场上这种经验呐、在场上临时交流的一些临场出来，可能比我们赛训组所设计的更厉害。
It's like EDG is basically never really lost any best of fives regionally. It's like the communication, the in-game adjustments, all the mental. They far exceeded like what we could have like prepared for them.
谢谢兄弟们，大家都辛苦了。我们从败者组杀上来真的很难，就简直。
And he's like, it's a miracle that we came through through all the way through lower bracket. It was very tough.
又一个奇迹，相信你们之后会有更好的表现。Indigo 教练，因为今天其实又是非常焦灼的一个战局，从2连败到4连胜，以及你们之前完成的很多个让1追2，韧性十足，是我们对 EDG 一直的一个印象。那在每一个艰难的时刻，大家
How does everyone like manage their mental in tough times? Having to make all these comebacks.
일단 산티아고에 가게 돼서 정말 기쁘고 EDG 지금 저희가 산티아고에서 3등으로 갔지만 산티아고에서 잘 준비해서 좋은 모습 보여드리도록 노력하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
We are going to Santiago for third place, but we know we can be better and better, so we will prepare everything for making a really good result at Santiago.
虽然说我们去到圣地亚哥是3号种子，但我们一定会做好充足的努力，有一个更好的表现在圣地亚哥。再次感谢大家接受我们的采访。那本场比赛现场也设有一个福能掉落的抽奖活动，在比赛期间。
And that's it for the interview. Time for the prize draw for the audience.
那接下来有请获胜队伍的队员为我们抽取一下幸运的现场观众，哪一位队员想过来抽一下奖
？They are very confident side. I think something that I noticed was how multilingual this team is. I was surprised at why the coach, I think, was answering in English. I mean, I was informed that they're Korean, so a lot of different play styles actually coming into this EDG side, and you're seeing glimpses of glory and glimpses of that other region's influence coming into it. But here's the picture. Here's Edward and his boys, the mascot. I don't know what the mascot's name is, but we'll call it Edward and his boys.
If it's not Edward, then they don't deserve to go to Santiago. Edward the cat with the gaming headset on. But this is the side that we want to see from EDG. They need to use this as a standing point and a turning point in the tale of their story. The giants that once stood, that were failed, but could rise once again. This is where they need to kind of make their showdown and rise to be the countries and the nation where they can be the big boys of the league. Use this as the focal point.
Yeah, 1000%. And we mentioned in the beginning how EDG basically created their own monster. Billy is only the way they are because of EDG's success, you know, and XLG is also the same. Like a lot of these teams are better because of successes in this region. So definitely looking forward to see how all gamers, XLG and EDG now do going domestically, because it's Kickoff. We don't know who has like the firmest grasp of that double initiator, that double duel. We don't know who has the best read on the meta, and who's going to be like actually influencing a lot of these other teams as we go on to this season. So definitely have the makings of a team that can do really well domestically if they can get over their initial slow starts to firstly the tournaments and secondly the series.
Yeah, for sure. I had to go through a grueling lower bracket run. Wouldn't have been on the cards for where they would have thought given the season. But ultimately the prize of going to Santiago is what they were aiming for. Had it in their sights and they clutched it up right at the end. And you can see that what it means to both sets of teams and players, the love shown at the end. BLG would have had this in their sights as well. And you would have thought, apart from the sudden uprise of all gamers, they would have also booked their way to Santiago, but the all gamers took everyone by surprise. But let's have a listen in to the team comms.
闪光，黑了，2个都被黑了 ，nice， 打，真信，我要真皮，2楼下小心，2楼下小心，我帮你闪闪光，时间眼，跑点后，我出不来，我念里，2楼有，念里一个，2楼为了要冲，2楼2个，2楼，就2个都在，安全包吗？我绕屁股了，对，安全包，我2个都在绕，我开大，别，还有个。 见到了，我就在帮你玩了。打80了，见到了，没什么血，打80。2楼下，上来了，头上弹 ，nice， go， nice， 早就不开大了，没丢脸子，刚丢，在下水道丢的兄弟，我直接找信息了，没压了，刚丢的这边。哎，我要抓，这把要抓的，下水道我走，我先走，能上甲板。 上不了，他中了有接了，我先轮，甲板能上，轮一个，没事，我轮了，铁帘子很快，围雷飞，铁皮上不来，弯子可以关，我可以下一枪，进了，2楼，有3个，没枪，慢一点是吧？威德打70，哎，下2楼下，nice， 70， nice， what happened？ 没住 ，what happened？ 我继续，来，继续啪，就抓 timing， 兄弟。
Nobody.
And nobody, the IGL is going to be our MVP for this map. Is to what? Oh, it's a thing.
Average Twitch chat. I'm sorry, I got you.
I get it. His name's Nobody, and his name's Nobody, and Nobody's also. Anyway, so Nobody's going to be our MVP of this map. The fun fact, the first MVP of the first time they matched up in middle bracket was Neff, which is the BLG IGL. So for Nobody to be MVP of this one is a comic full circle that I'm quite appeased with. I'm quite happy with that. So 269 ACS, 2.5 KD is very, very good on IGL front. But for big moments like these, having someone who's been through the ringer, has done his rounds domestically, be the MVP is all but fitting.
Yeah, and I think EDG needed them to step up. I think what speaks out to me is it's been a different MVP every map that we've went to. There's not been a repetition. Often the case is you'll see one person just farming their way through. You might expect that to be Kang, but every map has had a different master, a different leader at the helm, and you can see how the teams are spread out here. And once again, for EDG, it's a pretty close picture.
Yeah, for sure. It's actually impressive to see how EDG, as the series evolved, became more team-centric, right? They actually found a lot more value. 14 first kills. They were just firing on all cylinders. And a flawless as the very last round as well. And 0 clutches. So this is like a team effort through and through from both teams. There was no real necessity needed to clutch because the rounds just ended where they stood. I'm reminded of certain rounds on A main where flooding out the smoke just got completely mulched. As EDG in very, very much in control of this game from throughout and onset is pretty normal by the numbers after the Kang game we saw.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot more normalized. I think it's still a very good performance by YZ by no matter the stretch. I think the difference being that you've got to factor in all the EDG players are filling up the hexagon to make it closer. But YZ did their best. They tried in multiple situations to be that winning factor, the winning decider, but ultimately just couldn't get it over the line today. Maybe goes back to the drawing board and licks some wounds as it mulls over this 3-1 defeat, having taken that first map. Just couldn't quite do it again.
Yeah, couldn't quite get it across the line, but BLG had a very strong Pearl. I think their Pearl is arguably one of the better maps we've seen from them this series, or this tournament. Is EDG on the trot, just one Haven, one Abyss, and then one Split back to back to back. Keep in mind, the first 3 maps of this series were 6-6 halves, so the most tightly contested halves that we've had. So, yeah, those are the stats, but we're not done yet, or I'm not done yet. I think you have
You're
to.
not done, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not done yet.
I'm going to have to be calling it a day shortly as we head into the group stage draw. So there's plenty still to come. And I want to take a second before we do disappear just to reflect on the 3 teams who obviously have made it to Santiago, that being All Gamers, Shilai Gaming and EDG. It's probably one of the strongest showings that we're going to have at an international stage, at least in my eyes, from this region. All Gamers certainly putting up a different display than what most China usually relates to in terms of play styles. So how will that adapt across into the international stage? A lot of time CN has been lambasted for their kind of aggressive, undisciplined nature, whereas All Gamers have been the first to kind of harness their way through that and be a little bit more disciplined and probably more relatable across the meta to other regions. So one to certainly highlight out for them.
Okay, so we have All Gamers, which is a team that is a very, you said, disciplined, they sort of buck the trend of quote-unquote CN Valorant. They play a very disciplined, standard style of game. We look towards XLG. What are your thoughts towards XLG going into Masters?
I think Shilai probably will be a little bit offended that they haven't finished themselves top as the #1 seed from China. I think they've certainly shown throughout the whole bracket that they're capable of doing that, only bested by All Gamers in that upper final, and then in the middle final pushed the full way from Billy. I think they've certainly shown before that they're capable of it, and they will be looking to reignite that spark.
And then finally, EDG, what do you think? In comparison to, so we have the very disciplined idea of All Gamers. We have the team that is striving for the top, the team that is striving to be that dynasty in XLG. Now we have EDG coming into the fray. How do they contrast between those 2 teams?
I think, from my personal view at least, with EDG, it depends on what side's going to turn up, right? Is it going to be that Peril EDG that we've seen right at the very start that really struggled to get into the series? Or is it going to be a confident Kang, Nobody, Chichu, everyone else on that roster that's coming through and really thriving that we got to see from the end? I'm talking round 5 onwards of Split. They looked unstoppable, and I think if they can harness that into like a little energy ball and take it with them, I think they could be a really good outlet for the region as well in the international stage.
And the most important question, what team has the better mascot?
Oh, I'd need to bring them up quickly off the top of my head, but listen, I'm an All Gamers fanboy from now. I've been watching their VODs, I've been in the dungeon, so I'm just going to go with the homies and go with All Gamers. Okay, as we look at the final stats for today, is Kang is our definitive leader, 292 ACS and 177 ADR, so almost two kills every single round. Thank you once again, Mr. Veggie. We do appreciate you coming through here, surviving the series with me for the last 5 hours. It's much appreciated. As we go into this, I think we have the draw show coming up soon. So I think is it possible to go to a break before the draw show, or do we just wrap from here? Yeah. So we're gonna go to a break real quick so we can prep the draw show, and then I'll see you guys after the draw show as a final send off.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't
VCTCN 联赛起点赛已经结束，接下来我们将进行2026年第1赛段的分组抽签。有请 VCTCN 竞赛团队 Nico， 也是我们的老朋友，为我们同步一下。
Welcome to this VCTCN 2026 Stage 1 draw.
来为大家同步5位巡回杭州站暨2026 VCTCN 联赛第1赛段常规赛的分组抽签规则。联赛第1赛段将采用组内单循环的赛制，12支队伍会通过抽签分入阿尔法和欧米伽2个小组，每个小组都将会有6支队伍。我们会根据起点赛的成绩，将12支队伍。
And 12 teams will be sorted into 2 groups, groups of 6, based on their kickoff
2
performance.
号池将包含 EDG、BLG， 3号池将包含 DRG、天路，4号池将包含捷 DG、TE， 5号池将包含狼队 TEC， 6号池将包含 FunPlus、Nova。所有抽签池中率先被抽出的队伍会落入阿尔法小组。
And for each pool of 2 teams, the first team that will be drawn will be put into Group Alpha, and then the other one will be automatically put into Group Omega. And now they're drawing Group Pool 6, which is between Nova and FPX. And the first team will be FPX, which will go into Group Alpha.
I'll join you on video.
同理，6号池的另一支队伍 Nova 也落入到我们的 Omega 小组。
And this means that Nova will be go into Group Omega.
向大家展示一下。接下来要进行的就是我们。
And now it's time for the draw for pool number 5. Between Wolves and Titan Esports Club.
即将会先抽出哪支队伍呢？
And the first drawn team is TEC, which will go into Group Alpha.
同理，那我们剩下的这支队伍。
And so this means that Wolves will go into Group Omega.
那5号和6号的全部抽完了，我们接下来。
And now it's time for the draw for Pool 4.
每次真的都会给我们稍微留一点悬念，特意拨弄了2下。
And the team that will be first drawn is JDG.
哦，是 JDG。所以 JDG
which will go into Group Alpha.
小组。刚才听到那个台下的观众还有尖叫一声。
And this means that Trace Esports will be going to Group Omega.
小组。感觉现在两边的分组已经逐渐清晰了起来，一半的队伍已经被选出来了。下面
And it's time for pool number 3.
3号池哦，我听到了什么？想看到天路是吗？
There's Tyloo.
那我们看一下，哦 ，Nico 抽到的果然是天路，好像听到了我们的观众在说什么呀？ 那同理，我们3号池的另一支队伍
means that DRG will be going to Group Omega.
哇，下面即将进行2号池的抽签，也是今天刚刚打完的。
It's time for pool number 2 between the 2 teams that played today, BLG and EDG.
哪一支呢？哦，我们先。
And the first team that will be drawn is BLG.
那同理，我们的 EDG 也落入到了 Omega 小组。
This means that EDG will be going to Group Omega.
接下来要进行的就是我们的1号池的抽签了。台下的观众。
Finally, for our teams in pool number 1.
想听到什么 AG 是吗？
Who will it be between AG and XLG?
AG， 让我们来看一下 Nico 抽出的第一支队伍是谁呢？ 哇，我发现你今天
It's AG
运气有点好啊！观众喊什么你就能抽到什么。同理，我们的 XLG 也落入到了 Omega 小组。
And finally, this means that XLG will be going to Group Omega.
感谢 Nico， 至此我们的抽签全部结束了。 也由 Nico 给我们同步一下抽签的结果。
好的。
Finally, we will announce the teams in each group. For Group Alpha, we have AG, BLG, Tyloo, JDG, TC, and FPX. And for Group Omega, we have XLG, EDG, DRG, Trace Esports, Wolves, and Nova.
起点赛到此也全部结束了，期待所有队伍在圣地亚哥大师赛有更好的表现。
And that's it for the group draw.
我们杭州见。
Welcome back. I'm joined today with Fran, one of the product leads and producers of Project Horizon. Just to say a couple of things before we wrap up. I think it's been 16 days of lots of production, lots of work to bring this product, which is VCT CN, to your screens in the sort of Western audience, right? So I wanted to say, firstly, from the casters, thank you to all the producers that have come through to actually help us make all of this. This includes the people who sit with us in call for multiple hours a day, who deal with all the different problems that may or may not come up, the people who just graciously deal with absolutely everything that bring this community together, from all the producers to all the casters that have technically come through here, all the multiple different faces, different voices, and different personalities you've got the pleasure of having to see on your screen. And most importantly, to you guys, the audience. Our heart goes out to you because we don't have a product to create if you guys don't want it. So firstly, thank you so much for all of that. And from the bottom of our hearts at Project Horizon, we appreciate all the time you guys spend with us, all the gift subs, all the follows, all the people who are watch streaming. Thank you.
Yeah, indeed. And let me just chime in a few words. Thank you, everyone. You don't see me. I'm behind the cameras. But it has been a great pleasure to be able to just build this community and seeing every one of you being so active in the chat, for promoting Project Horizon, for giving us so much love, no matter whether it's on Reddit, by spreading your words, sharing the link, telling your co-streamers to rate us after their co-streams. It has been a fantastic start of the year, and we cannot wait to see more of what is in store for the rest of the year, especially with these 3 new teams that are coming in to Santiago. We wish them all the best with all the matches, no matter whether they're gonna see tough opponents or not. We just wish them all the best. And I think most of you guys slowly realize that it's Lunar New Year as you see the red packets that are given out, and all the decorations and things. From Project Horizon, we also want to wish everyone a happy Lunar New Year, and we're super grateful for your support, for us to keep on pushing boundaries, pushing your horizon throughout like all the matches. And we wish that you and your loved ones have a lovely, wonderful time. And yeah, thank you so much. And thank you, Rigor and Veggie, today for going through all 4 maps today, luckily. And but yeah, that's all from us at Project Horizon today. And we hope to see you all after Santiago. So stay happy, healthy, and also keep following Master Santiago. And we'll see you soon.
Cheers.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got that hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me instead. Oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my friend. When it goes dark, you better lay low.
inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he bros me, and he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force of party. And if you start shit, you'll be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quickly, left scars ripped, you'll be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.